All right, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you've all found the stream part 2 for today. This is 12 months of NMRAx, and you with Gordy hosting. It feels like it was a similar time 12 months ago that I was doing this, but anyway, I remember 12 months ago we were doing the production and the hosting, so this is a little bit easier. But anyway, our first clinician of part 2 is with us, and having grown up alongside a Northern Pacific branch line in Western Washington, our next presenter is a lifelong modeler and rail fan. He turned that passion into a career in the mid-90s, hiring on with the Burlington Northern as a switchman and working his way up as a yard master and train master before taking a series of corporate jobs in finance, marketing, and several other departments. And he's currently the BNSF's Director of Real Estate and Right-of-Way Management. But to add to his list of duties in the real world, he's also the 1/160th or N scale CEO of the Oregon Joint Line, which you'll hear about in the next part after I shut up. So let's, without any more nonsense, let's introduce and welcome Dean Ferris.
All right, thank you very much, Gordy, and welcome everybody to the Oregon Joint Line. I know a lot of you probably subscribe to my YouTube channel, and if you do, there's only one way to start an Oregon Joint Line presentation, and that is, of course,
Oregon Joint Line.
The Oregon Joint Line song. How many layouts do you know have their own song? All right. So, oops, that's too far. All right, so today we're going to talk about the Oregon Joint Line in particular, but we're also going to focus on the modeling the Intermountain West. And here's just some facts about the layout. It's N scale. Fills most of a 28 by 28 foot room, and I pretty much built it by myself. I haven't had much help except a structure or two here and there. I set in 1969, right before the Burlington Northern merger, which killed my favorite railroads, the Northern Pacific and Great Northern. So this is a proto-lance joint line between the Northern Pacific and Great Northern running down through Eastern Oregon. I use NCE DCC. I typically have a crew size, target crew size is about 12, but we've gone up to 15. Because I'm a former yard master, prototype yard master, I make more out of yard operations than probably most layouts. Because I grew up on the coast of the big timber country out in Washington State, I've got, of course, forest product short lines. A big feature of the Oregon Joint Line is it's a bridge route between the Northwest and California, and so you tend to get a lot of run-through trains to the Western Pacific, Southern Pacific, and Santa Fe, so you get a lot of pull power in the layout. Got a significant mountain grade. We run a lot of helpers. Minimum curvature on the layout, 21 inches, and staging, I've got a lot, 27 tracks, and at the end of both the south and north staging yards, I've got a return loop, which makes it really nice as far as restaging trains between sessions. A little bit more about the details of the Oregon Joint Line and where it's located. Up in the upper right there, you see Pasco. That was the Northern Pacific's main northwest hump yard, and they had a branch line that went down as far as Pendleton, which you see is barely across the Oregon border. And I've extended that branch line down all the way through Oregon to meet up with the Western Pacific and Southern Pacific in northern Nevada. And that in turn provides a connection on down into California. And I also included the Great Northern, which is my second favorite railroad. And the Great Northern had their own line, the Oregon Trunk, and down into California. But this is a proto-lance line that comes off the Oregon Trunk and actually heads east towards Salt Lake City. Between GN Junction and Humboldt Junction, they have trackage rights over the Northern Pacific, creating the Oregon Joint Line. Here's kind of the operational scheme we have. So you see the Northern Pacific in green. Trains funnel down into Pasco Yard and then get reclassified and are built into run-through trains down into California to the various railroads. The Great Northern's more of a east-west scheme where we're coming out of the northwest and heading down towards Salt Lake via a connection with the Western Pacific, and then on into Denver via the Denver and Rio Grande. And then because this is pre-Amtrak in 1969, it's 2 years before Amtrak, both railroads are still running passenger service, and so we have the Northern Pacific Seattle to Los Angeles West Coast Limited, which is kind of a nod to the Northern Pacific's premier passenger train, the North Coast Limited. And then we have a unnamed Portland Salt Lake train on the Great Northern. And there's also a Oregon Joint Line Mixed, which is a kind of a inspired by the Oregon Trunk Mixed, which ran on the parallel line to the Oregon Joint Line, the real parallel line, up until Amtrak days. So Burlington Northern actually ran a mixed train on the Oregon Trunk. All right, let's talk about Southeast Oregon. So most of you have probably never been there, and there's a good reason for that. This is America's outback. So if you, the biggest town out here is Burns, Oregon, 2,800 people. You'd have to go 116 miles in any direction before you came to a larger town. And so basically, it's very devoid. I mean, a lot of places, nobody lives, and the towns are quite small. You think of Oregon as generally being a wet place. That's actually not true. Western Oregon is quite wet, but east of the Cascade Mountains, the eastern 2/3 of the state are quite dry, and some of it actually qualifies as desert. If you drive around Eastern Oregon, one thing you'll notice is it seems like just about everybody drives a pickup truck. So I definitely wanted to include that on the layout. Cattle ranching is huge. It's probably the biggest economic driver in Eastern Oregon today. You drive around, see a lot of abandoned homesteads, people who couldn't make a living, and the houses still remain. Higher elevations, you get pretty thick forest, a lot wetter at the higher elevations, and so that largely drove the forest products industry, which was pretty thriving until the early 90s, when restrictions on logging in the national forest kind of killed the industry. Because I'm figuring this Oregon Joint Line was built in the late 20s. Because of that, the automobile was already pretty common. And so you don't get those typical brick, wall-to-wall downtown areas. Instead, mostly wooden structures, and they're spread out. Just about every business has its own parking lot, for instance. And so I've tried to replicate that on Oregon Joint Line. I want there to be a real feeling of, when you come in this room, that it's lifeless, and it's a lonely place, and it's a harsh place, and it's the kind of place where the wind blows, and the grass is dead, and so I'm really trying to avoid whimsical scenes. What I mean by that is, this is the layout where you won't see the carnival, and you won't see the skinny dippers in the river, and you won't see the automobile accident surrounded by police with flashing lights all over the place. More typical scene on the Oregon Joint Line is there'll be a dog sleeping in the middle of the road because there's no cars coming for the next 3 hours. And then finally, because it's a fairly good sized layout, 28 by 28, I want to take full advantage of big scenes, which N-Scale really excels at. All right, back between the mid 80s and mid 90s, before I hired out with the railroad, I spent a lot of time driving around the Pacific Northwest, photographing railroads. And I really came to love Eastern Oregon and Eastern Washington. And the geology of Eastern Oregon is largely consists of volcanic floods, if you will. So there's these big volcanic floods, and I'm not a geologist, I'm sure somebody will correct me, but covered a large portion of the region, and layer upon layer of these floods covered the region and built up what's called basalt rock. And then, as streams flowed over the basalt rock, they eventually carved canyons. And that's what you see here is basalt rock, very steep. And it's got, you see, especially on the right side of the photo there, very columnar rock. And so this is, as I got to thinking about that, this is a place that I wanted to model, I knew that I had to figure out a way to model this rock. As higher you go up in Eastern Oregon, you start to see more and more conifers. And then at the very highest elevations, you get very thick forests. It's a lot wetter, and that largely drove the forest products industry. Cattle ranches, huge. That's probably the #1 driver of the economy in Eastern Oregon today. You see huge spreads everywhere you go in Eastern Oregon. Abandoned homesteads. A lot of land was cheap in Eastern Oregon, and a lot of people tried to make a go of it with a cattle ranch or a wheat farm, and a lot of them didn't make it. And so, as you drive around Eastern Oregon, you see a lot of structures like this one, and because it's so dry, they might be abandoned for decades, and they're still standing. And I've actually gone in several of these. I don't recommend it. It's dangerous, obviously, but it's very fascinating to go in, because you walk into what was the kitchen and maybe see there's remnants of the wallpaper that they hung there, and over in the corner maybe there's marks on the wall where they measured the kids as they were growing up. It's really kind of spooky. You almost feel like you're invading their space, but it's really an interesting thing to do when you're in Eastern Oregon. Of course, Eastern Oregon actually had several forest product short lines that made it into the diesel era. So for sure I was going to include those. And then this is something that I had enough space, so I wanted long stretches of layout with just track and scenery and no structures. And kind of the corollary to that, I often hear, blue view blocks or something. You want to divide up your scenes, and it's like, man, I don't want any view blocks. I want huge scene. And then think about a lot of our modeling. We, as we have streams that tend to be perpendicular to the tracks, and they cross underneath a bridge and then off the edge of the layout. But especially in the West Coast, and both USA and Canada in this instance. The valleys are fairly narrow or canyons, and typically those form the best routes for railroads. And so what you have is railroads following streams for, in some cases, hundreds of miles. And so I really wanted to replicate that on the Oregon Joint Line. Cuts and fills. You see here in the background, there's a big cut, and no doubt the rock that was excavated from that big cut was used to make this big fill in the foreground. So that's really something that you see a lot of in Eastern Oregon. And I've really taken it to another level. There's almost no flat surfaces on the entire layout, other than yard spaces and industrial areas. The topography is never flat on the Oregon Joint Line. And as you see the photos of my layout, you can confirm that. I've always loved the look of this. I can remember even being a young kid and looking up at the Milwaukee Snoqualmie Pass line as we were driving along the freeway and seeing a train way up high in the mountain. Is there anything more dramatic than tracks cut into mountainsides like this? And really, it's interesting. You got a cut on the upper side of the track and a fill on the lower side of the track. So it's kind of a cut and a fill at the same time. Appropriate ratio of culverts to bridges. So probably something you haven't thought of, but part of my current position with BNSF, I've been involved in some short line inspections where we go out and look and make sure that the short line is maintaining our leased property to our standards. And when you really start to look at railroads and look at track charts and hang out with the engineering guys, you realize that there's a lot more culverts than there are bridges. And I know as model railroaders, we all love bridges. And certainly they make up some of our most spectacular scenes, but I really wanted on the Oregon Joint to try to have a more balanced approach between culverts and bridges. And at last count, I think there's 13 culverts on the Oregon Joint Line and 6 bridges. So it's a 2-to-1 ratio. All right, primary inspirations I mentioned earlier. The Oregon Trunk was the Great Northern's line down from Washington State down through Oregon into California, met up with the Inside Gateway on the Western Pacific, and it followed the Deschutes River Canyon, which is another basalt canyon, dry territory. And so that really is the most similar line to the Oregon Joint Line, but I've got the NP, Northern Pacific, instead of the GN. In Northeast Oregon, you have the Blue Mountains, and I used to love to go to this place. This is a pretty busy main line. It's UP's main line main route into Oregon and Washington. And there's 3 big mountain grades on this line, 3 summits. And back in the 80s, you know, almost every train got helpers, and there was all kinds of coordination and, you know, repositioning of helpers and highly varied scenery. You know, this is a fairly dry area here. 40 miles west of here, it's dense forest. And so this was definitely both operationally and scenery-wise an inspiration for the Oregon Joint Line. Then finally, this is kind of a functional inspiration. So Southern Pacific had their Cascade Line down through Oregon, and they climbed up over the top of the Cascades at Cascade Summit and then turned south. And at Humboldt, they actually hosted the Great Northern, which that Great Northern Line is the continuation of the Oregon trunk. So the SP actually hosted the Great Northern between Humboldt and Klamath Falls in kind of a funnel. And so that arrangement kind of still exists, where just about all railroad traffic between Western Canada, Oregon, and Washington heading down into California rides this funnel between Humboldt and Klamath Falls. And so, you know, of course, today you've got BNSF with trackage rights over the UP. And so knowing that this existed, I know it could make sense the Oregon Joint Line could exist. All right, finally, we're getting on to the layout. And here we have, this is where the Oregon Joint Line forms at the north end of the layout. That's access from staging there. On the left, you have the Great Northern Main Line. On the right, you have the NP. And this is GN Junction, where the Oregon Joint Line comes together. The layout is partially double-decked. For the most part, the lower deck is just staging, except for this one scene here, which is Lone Rock siding. And it's a very narrow scene, and it's a pretty steep grade through here, 1.8%. And excuse me, the reason I did that, I'm really trying to eliminate turns in the helix. So you see by the time you enter this tunnel, which led to the helix, there's only 7 inches between decks. And so, you know, those of you who have a double deck layouts are no doubt right now saying there's no way you can have 7 inches between decks and have a viable double deck layout. Well, I would argue I would say that's true, but I would argue that if you only are having a main line and a siding next to the aisle, this is plenty of room. And essentially what I've done here, consider Lone Rock as an unwound helix. I mean, if I didn't have that grade up through Lone Rock and this 7 inches between decks, it would have meant 2 more turns in the helix. And so I don't know how many people I've told about this and try to get them on board with the idea. And I don't know, I don't get much traction, but I think it's a great idea. And you know, to be able to reduce your helix, or ultimately in this case, in my case, I was able to eliminate the helix eventually because of this arrangement. So here is the helix. You got it down to a three turn helix, which, you know, thanks to Lone Rock, I was able to eliminate 2 of the turns. I'm not a big fan of the, you know, going inside the helix and the train disappears for 5 minutes and then pops out at the top. And so I wrapped the track around the outside, and you can see I even attempted to scenic the helix. You can see little backdrops in there, and I actually ballasted the track. And there was a big open space in the layout room next to this helix, to the right of the helix, and my rock band was practicing there. And at one point, the rock band broke up, and I think the next day the helix came out, and it got replaced by a peninsula, which allows the tracks to climb from deck to deck without any helix. And so a lot of fun things happen on that peninsula. And the first scene that you come to on the peninsula is Picture Gorge. And this is my big basalt canyon scene. It is stacked DuPont pink foam, I think it's DuPont, and essentially carved with an X-Acto knife. And as you can imagine, that took a while, and painted and you know, stained the rock and everything. And so this is the South Fork of the John Day River, and had the track in the canyon. And so here's more shots of the canyon. It's around the corner from the tunnel. And it's a double-sided canyon, which is something you don't see too often. There's a shot of the entire canyon. You see the big S curve in the middle. Here we have looking the other way with my Athearn Challenger coming down grade. Here is a train exiting the canyon, a big 36-inch radius curve on the exit of the canyon. And so you're probably wondering, how do you access the track in the canyon? Well, here's the engineering that went into it. And you see the backdrop in the canyon is essentially on the fascia against the aisle. And so up here where the big curve, and I've got the locomotives in the front of the train, the backdrop is fairly low, and I can actually reach over the top of it and access the tracks. Down in the bottom end of the canyon, I actually got a section of backdrop that's on hinges, and I can pop that thing open as an access hatch, and I can reach in, and actually between the two access points, I can reach every point in that canyon. And that's a good thing, because as we all know, if you're going to have a derailment, it's going to be in the toughest spot possible to re-rail it. All right, here's the train climbing up out of Picture Gorge. And you can see in the background there on the backdrop, those are photos that I took in Eastern Oregon and Oregon Joint Line territory. And I've kind of, in this area in particular, I've cut out just individual rocks and then pasted them one on top of each other to kind of get, a lot of depth in the scene. All right, up you see in the upper right-hand corner, it is the end of the Oregon and Northeastern Railroad. And the Oregon and Northeastern is a forest product short line. And this is a reload, and log trucks come in from the woods and get unloaded and then reloaded onto log cars. And then the Oregon and Northeastern's logger, which we call this train the logger, takes the loads of logs into the mill complex at Scanlon. Here's the logger headed back out to the woods for another load of logs. Here is, you got the Oregon and Northeastern line on one side of the stream, with the Oregon Joint Line main line on the other. And remember, I mentioned having a parallel stream. Well, this is the same South Fork of the John Day River that you saw way back in Picture Gorge at that tunnel. And it actually goes for 35 feet on the layout, where it's right along the Oregon Joint Line. And I don't know, I'm sure there are layouts that have longer streams than that, but probably not too many, and maybe none in N scale. I don't know, but it's very, to me, that speaks very prototypically of how railroads really operate next to streams. I mentioned that we have a lot of pool power on the Oregon Joint Line. Here's a Pasco to Barstow, California train headed for the Santa Fe, and it's got two Santa Fe Jeeps spliced by a Western Pacific F7B, which are providing the power today. Go around the corner here. When I first built the layout, I painted all the backdrops, and they were okay. I mean, they were passable, but they weren't great. And since then, I've made several trips down to Oregon Joint Line territory, and ended up taking a lot of panoramic photos and had those printed up. And I've been replacing my my painted backdrops with these photo backdrops. And I don't know, personally, I like photo backdrops a lot more. Of course, I'm not a great artist either. Here is the Oregon and Northeastern logger crossing the South Fork of the John Day River, and that's right at the headwaters, so to speak, of the South Fork of the John Day River. It only goes for another foot where it ends at the backdrop. And then this is the same bridge here, and you see that Sheep Rock on the backdrop there is a very well-known, iconic Eastern Oregon landmark. So at this point, the Oregon and Northeastern crosses the Oregon Joint Line main line and enters Scanlon. And if you're ever down in this part of Oregon, there's a lot of national forest, and seems like just about every town has some kind of Forest Service compound like this. And so I knew I needed to add this to the layout. And I actually fought forest fires back in my college days for a couple of years in the summer, and I actually spent a fair amount of time in facilities like this, so I'm pretty well familiar with what goes on here. Here is Scanlon Shops on the Oregon and Northeastern. That's the Oregon Joint Line. It's over against the backdrop there, hidden behind the Scanlon Shops. Here is Scanlon Yard on the Oregon and Northeastern. So this is a pretty popular job in the on the Oregon Joint Line. So that Oregon and Northeastern crew will spot and pull the plywood mill, which you see to the right and which is still under construction. And there's a big paper mill complex that he switches, and then he makes the run out to Canyon Reload for the log train. And here is the log yard that supports the paper mill. It's hard, as we all know, it's hard to find enough room to include a sizable log yard on a layout, but it's pretty good size, I'd say, for your typical forest products log yard. Here is the paper mill. It's your typical Walther Superior paper mill, and I've done a couple things to kind of make it mine. You can see the big chip pile there, and then the pulp digester tower, which I scratch built. Around the curve here, and this is Big Monument Industrial Park, and a lot of high priority traffic originates here. That you see the pig ramp, and then in the background there's the cold storage where a lot of fresh fruit originates, and then we got the team track and the house track. This is Monument Yard. It's Northern Pacific's yard, main yard on the layout, and it is also the largest yard in the layout. It has capacity to about 200 cars. And typically during an op session, we'll have 3 jobs running this yard, one that does classification, one that does industry, and then a third job we call the tramp, and he does whatever we need it to do. But typically the thing he does the most is make transfers to the other yards in the area. You see that that Great Northern train over in the Oregon Joint Line main line. That's pretty typical of the size of train we like to run, about 25 cars, and that's big enough that you really feels like, you know, that's an actual you know, mainline freight train. Here's the south end of Monument Yard. You see there's some Southern Pacific power and a caboose there from a run-through train. Here is the yard office and car shop for Monument Yard, and still on the list is to finish the locomotive facility. And unfortunately, it's been on the list for about 12 years, and I still haven't gotten to it. So one of these days it'll get done. Between Monument and Dayville, which is the next big yard, I've got this main crossing area, and in the background eventually will be a city scene. But the thing I love about this scene is the Les Schwab sign. So any of you who have been down in Eastern Oregon will know that Les Schwab is kind of a big signature tire chain, and you see them everywhere. And now they've actually expanded throughout the Northwest, but it started really in Oregon Joint Line territory in Prineville, Oregon. And Les Schwab actually was a cattle rancher as well as owning a tire chain. And so every February, he always had his big promo. It was free beef month with Les Schwab. And so you go in and buy tires in February, and you get, you know, a package of steaks grown on Les Schwab's property on his ranch, which is pretty cool. And his commercials always had this great little jingle, and it went, look for the sun, you're in Les Schwab country. Les Schwab's a place with tires for you. And I find myself, you know, I don't know how many times I found myself humming that song as I work around the layout. All right, here's Great Northern's Dayville Yard. You can see the red ballast again, which signifies it's the Great Northern. And this is the second largest yard in the layout. And we've really got three yards daisy chained together here. We have Great Northern's Dayville, Northern Pacific's Monument, and then Oregon and Northeastern Scanlon Yard. And my aim here, from my days as a prototype yard master in Seattle, we had anytime, typically we had at least three yard masters on duty on the BNSF for different facilities around town. And then we had the UP yard master as well. And so there was a lot of communication and collaboration that went on behind the scenes of us making plans of how we were going to handle trains as they came into the Seattle terminal, and how we were going to make transfers back and forth between our yards. And my aim here is to replicate that activity that, you know, it's tough to explain because, you know, model railroad would never be privy to that kind of activity, but It is very much a part of my railroad experience. And fortunately, a lot of the guys who operate with me are also BNSF guys who have been train masters, yard masters, dispatchers. And so they understand this world pretty well. And so we can kind of replicate that, that management of multiple railroad yards and collaborating that I found so much fun on the prototype. Still a lot more work to do on the industries in this area, but here's one that's more or less finished. Here is the south end of Dayville Yard to see the locomotive facility and a coupler pick. And scale, of course, is small enough that you can have a major yard facility, and next to it you have a industrial lead. And this goes back to, again, to my days in Seattle when I first hired out as a switchman. Working out of Stacy Street Yard in Seattle, we had a lot of industry jobs, and one of them was the 2nd Avenue job, and the other one was the 7th Avenue job. And I used to like to work those industry jobs whenever I could. And so I thought when I built the Oregon Joint Line, I'd bring a little bit of the Seattle industrial area out to Eastern Oregon. So you have the 7th Avenue Industrial Yard, industrial spur, I should say. This is 7th Avenue job has its own little yard out here, and you see in the background there's Malheur Feeds, which if you have watched my videos, you'll know that you have a very demanding customer that owns Malheur Feeds. All right, finally leaving the terminal area, we start up the 2.2% helper grade up to Snowline, and the first scene we come to is this abandoned ranch at Izzy. And next up, this is one of my favorite parts of the layout, and it's a big hill with the tracks cut into the side of the hill. A very big scene, mountains in the background, and I don't know. To me, that's just one of the most dramatic scenes you can see in railroading, where you got this rugged landscape, and then the tracks are so smooth, with the engineering that went into it. I just think that's beautiful. And as cool as I think this particular photo is, I think it's even better from down below. It just reminds me of driving along the highway and looking up on the side of a hill up in the mountains and seeing a train high above you. It's just, to me, it's very dramatic. And there you see one of my culverts. I mentioned more culverts than bridges. Next up is curve 57, and the reason it's called that is because it is a 57-inch radius curve, which is the equivalent of I think a 108-inch radius curve in Ocho scale. And so it's just big enough that just about any length of equipment looks good on this curve. And it's kind of, what John Armstrong would have called a photographer curve, and even, even passenger equipment, long equipment looks good on this curve. Next up is Bear Creek Viaduct, and you can see it again in the background. Those are photo backdrops that I've cut and pasted several layers of to give depth. Next up, we have this another cut into a hillside scene, this time in basalt rock. And we're approaching the summit. We're at the north end of Snowline siding now. And here is Snowline. So at Snowline, there's a big ranch called Snowline Ranch, and the rancher's got pastures on both sides of the track, and so he uses this overpass to get from one side to the other. This is Snowline Ranch, and we always wish we had more room, no matter what scale we're in or how much layout space we have. But these cattle ranches in Eastern Oregon are huge, and it feels like, okay, this, maybe it doesn't look like thousands of acres, but at least it looks like dozens of acres. Pretty big, representing a pretty big cattle spread. And that's kind of the tragedy, I suppose, of the larger scales, is you get farms with just magnificent craftsman structures, and the farm is only big enough to fit on a suburban lawn, and so it's just the scope of it just doesn't look quite right, compared to the wide open spaces that you really need for such things. So the actual top of the hill is right about where that caboose is, and you can see there's a summit cut right there. And on the other side of the summit cut is the end of Snowline siding, and you see again there's a cut next to a fill, and you see a culvert down below, and there's a Great Northern train is pulled into the siding at Snowline to let the West Coast Limited by, and then once the passenger train is by, then that helper engine will cut off and follow him down the hill to Sylvies. Next up, this is Yellow Jacket Lake. I wish it was bigger, but you know, it is what it is. It's a pond, I suppose, but we'll call it a lake. So the backdrop here is actually shooting across the aisle. What you see in the backdrop there is actually over by Curve 57. Next up is this ballast pit at, I call it basalt pit. And we make, in our operating sessions, we make great use of work trains, because with a work train, you can have them do whatever you want. You're not tied into, JMRI or, car cards or something. If you need them to pick up 5 ballast loads, you write that on a piece of paper and hand it to them and say, pick up 5 ballast loads. And so every session we tend to do some kind of work train, because it's a lot of fun, and it's constantly changing. Next up, this is Basalt Ranch. It's another big ranch scene. There is the crossing at Basalt Ranch. And of course, you see another culvert. Immigrant Creek Bridge, you see some of my my painted backdrops here. They're okay, I guess. I mean, they're passable, I suppose, but I don't know. I'm kind of taken with the photo backdrops, and these will get replaced eventually with photo backdrops. Next up is Immigrant Lumber, and just like the ranch scene, I mean, if you really want to be true to a lumber mill, it really has got to be a big scene, and it's tough to do for us model railroaders to find enough space to make these really right, in terms of having a reasonably sized log yard and maybe finished products, lumber out where they gets loaded in the other end. That is a N-scale architect kit there. And we come into the town of Immigrant. And at Immigrant, this is where UP has a branch line that comes out of staging. Pardon me. And he has trackage rights over the Oregon joint line down into Sylvies Yard and down to West Pine, where he interchanges with the Anderson to Middleton. And here we have him entering the Immigrant siding. And it's a job that has a tough time getting over the road. It seems like every session he has issues. And so we kind of have a saying, it looks like it's going to be another 12-hour day in the UP. And so next up we have Immigrant Canyon, which is another double-sided basalt canyon. The side towards the aisle is quite a bit shorter than what we had in picture Gorge. And you can see yet another culvert there, far end of the picture, far right of the picture. And there's the UP local heading down through Immigrant Canyon. Once again, you see the tracks paralleling the creek. This is Immigrant Creek Bridge. And again, stacking up layers of backdrop there to give a lot of depth to the scene. Around the curve here, when we come to Greystone Cement, which is a quite large producer of traffic for the Oregon Joint Line. And we come to this cut scene. And on the other side of the cut, we have a tunnel portal. And originally, that was where the UP branch line was going to come out. And somehow I screwed up in building the bench work and didn't allow enough space for the staging track for the UP branch line. But I thought it would make such a great scene with that tunnel portal and the basalt rock that I decided to keep it and model it as an abandoned branch. And the track you see there to the right there now serves as the Sylvies Yard lead. And here is Sylvies Yard. It is the toughest operating position on the layout. It's always jam-packed with cars. There's always trains stopping to set out and pick up. You got a couple locals you got to build. You got the UP coming into town to interchange. You got the dispatcher calling, asking if he can meet trains here using one of your yard tracks. And then on top of that, this is the helper station for trains shoving northbound, towards Snowline. And so you've got to arrange for all that, the helpers tying onto trains as well. Here is the south end of Sylvies Yard. This is the town of Sylvies, and I mentioned earlier about the, towns that are after the introduction, developed after the introduction of the automobile, and how they're more spread out. And this is it's kind of a typical look, I think, for Eastern Oregon, especially the smaller towns, where most of the structures are wooden, and you know, the downtown core, I guess, if you call it a downtown, is, you know, each structure is individual, and each structure has its commercial structure has its own parking lot. And one of my goals here was to really have a reasonably sized residential area, and so you actually have a balance here. I think I've got 6 houses and 6 commercial businesses, so it's balanced here. This is Humboldt Junction, and it is the end of the Oregon Joint Line. You see the track there in the foreground that goes off to the left is the Great Northern Main Line heading down towards Salt Lake City. Straight ahead is the NP, and that's actually it's open staging for the south end of the layout, and that we call that area Harney Yard. And you see that track going off to the upper right there, that actually goes over to yet another forest product short line. And Anderson and Middleton was actually a company on the west coast of Washington, and my dad and grandfather both worked for Anderson and Middleton, and my brother and I did too while we were in college for a few years, at least during summers. And so I thought it would be really cool. I always liked their paint scheme, and I thought it'd be really a nice tribute to the family to have Anderson and Middleton on the layout. And so you know, they never actually had a diesel railroad operation, but they had log trucks that had that scheme. So I enlisted my modeling buddy Greg McComas to paint up that Alco switcher there in the Anderson and Middleton scheme, and he's since added a caboose as well, and it's kind of fun to have that on the layout. So here we see the Anderson Middleton log train pulling into West Pine. Here is the town of West Pine. I really wanted the look of a typical mill town in the Northwest. See the shotgun house in the foreground there, and the tavern on the left, log truck repair facility, an employee parking lot, and then the mill beyond that. And here is the south end of the mill, or excuse me, north end of the mill, I guess. And these 3 major structures here are scratch built. It turns out I can do pretty well slapping together 4 walls and a slanted roof. You know, that's about the limits of my scratch building abilities, but these turned out pretty well. So you have the shipping shed in the foreground, and then that silver building is the drying kiln, and then the background is the main mill structure. And you see that appendage coming out of the end of the mill structure. That is what is called a green chain. And what that is, you know, cut lumber comes out of the mill on this chain, and on the conveyor, and you have a group of guys standing along that conveyor, and they are grading the lumber and by grading and sorting it by size. So they've got several stacks there of lumber on the ground, and the guys are pulling boards off piece by piece and stacking those boards in the appropriate pile. And the cool thing about that is that I actually worked the green chain at the Anderson and Middleton mill. It was a veneer mill, not a lumber mill, but still, it's kind of fun to have that on the layout, knowing that I actually did that job for the same company. Here is the main gate at West Pine. You see fully parking lot in the lower right, and then the mill office there next up, with the guard gate, and then the lumber loading area in the background. Here is a kind of a drone view of the same scene. It's really nice to be able to dedicate that much space to a lumber mill. I mean, real lumber mills are huge and cover hundreds of acres, and so it's really a tough thing for us model railroaders to find enough space. So here is the end of the West Pine scene, and I think that is the toughest thing, is to find space for a log yard, because typically those things could be hundreds of acres. And so, you know, obviously this isn't hundreds of acres, but at least feels like there's enough logs here to maybe run the mill for a week. And so I'm pretty happy that I was able to dedicate that much space. And really this entire West Pine complex just to a single industry, it's really been a fun thing to get put together, and it's an actual late addition to the layout. All right, so that's pretty much it for the layout tour. I got to give a plug for my Oregon Joint Line Model Railroad YouTube channel. I know there's probably some subscribers on here. So basically, most of these are operations videos and they're scripted. I actually write a script for these things, and I play the part of yard master and narrator. And so I'm talking to crews, and then I'm explaining to, on the video what I'm doing and how I'm going about business. And then, while all that's going on, then you have these, constantly getting interrupted by surly switchmen and demanding customers and unreasonable managers. And so I'm dealing with all this stuff as I'm trying to run the yard, which is really what I had to go through as a prototype yard master. And the events are a bit exaggerated, but for the most part, they are things that really did happen to me as a prototype yard master. So hopefully you'll check that out. So let's see here. There is a track plan. I think you could probably, this will probably get posted to YouTube, and you can come back and look at that at your leisure. And there I am, and look at me, I'm in the Helix. Not many people get to be in Speed's Helix, but he let me in there, and I'm very grateful to be that honored to be in Speed's Helix. So that's it. And I'll stop sharing.
Thanks.
Back
thanks
to you,
a lot,
Gordy.
Dean. Yeah, thanks, Dean. Well, we've got a few questions and we've got a little bit of time if you're okay to answer a couple.
You bet.
So the first question that fired in was from our very own Mr. Andy Ambrose, and he asked, make him happy, could there be connection running rights with the Milwaukee Road Pacific Extension and something running over the Oregon Joint Line?
So I actually did so I don't know if you guys caught that, but I used car tabs instead of, car cards or some other thing. And those car tabs are great because they allow me to completely change my operating scheme from session to session if I want. And so one of the sessions we had was a Burlington Northern merger, and to balance competition, we had Milwaukee trackage rights come down, and they took over Dayville Yard. So that's the only time that Milwaukee was on the branch on the layout, and it's kind of hard. I think it's a stretch to include them as a regular operation on the Oregon Joint Line, but it was fun as a one-time deal anyway.
So somebody has actually asked us a question about the system that you use to operate your railroad. Can you just describe that briefly?
Yeah, I don't know if I can describe it briefly. So they're plastic car tabs, and they're color coded and they're shape coded, and basically they are the spotting instructions. And you think of them as two-cycle waybills, if you will. And so, car gets to its destination, you flip that waybill over, that car tab, and it tells you to take it back to the origin. And it works very well. Like I said, it's very flexible. I've changed up my operating scheme almost every session. There's always some surprise that I throw at my crews. And in some sessions, I've completely changed it up, like this Burlington Northern session, or another one I had, there'd been a derailment up line. And so Monument Yard was just packed with cars. And those car tabs allow me to completely change the operating scheme from session to session. I'm not tied to a computer program or anything like that. And of course, in scale, hard to read the car number, so it works out pretty well.
Yeah, I feel your pain.
Yes.
Especially in modern equipment. Okay, so someone's put up, have you produced any documents for your prototype, the Oregon Joint Line, such as a timetable or track chart?
Yeah, I have. So one thing I did is I actually located the entire route. So it is an actual viable railroad route that I located on topo maps all the way down through Eastern Oregon. And I've got timetables. I haven't done a track chart, but I've got a lot of paperwork behind the scenes, special instructions. But yeah, no track chart.
So your backdrops, some of those backdrops are your own photographs. So what was it that you did to convert that from an image to an actual backdrop that works for N scale?
Yeah, and so you know, I went out. Most of the photo backdrops were all pictures I'd taken, and I went out to Eastern Oregon, and basically you have to set the camera, or you set your camera to manual because you want every shot to be the same settings, and you set that camera to manual, and then you take a shot here, you take a shot here, you take a shot here, all the way across, and then you take that series of photos, you can load them into Photoshop, and it'll stitch those together into one long panorama. And then once you have that panorama file, there's a lot of companies that will print those for you. Escapes the name of the company that did mine escapes you now. Some of them I just printed out myself, but basically it's you know, I always leave the backdrop blue, and I cut out the hills so that you know, the sky is consistent across, even though the hills are, you know, not so consistent.
Yeah,
so
that's cool. So we got a quick question to drop back to about the car tabs. How do they stay on top of the cars, and particularly like how on earth do you attach those to a tank car?
yeah, so you know, it's the running boards were a big thing up until I forget when they, you know, early 60s, I guess, was they stopped taking running boards off the top of cars. But typically, you know, they're little styrene channels, and they sit pretty well on top of those running boards. I should also mention that, you know, probably the majority of traffic on the Oregon Joint Line stays on the same train from one end of staging to the other end of staging, and there's no reason to have any car tab on those. So the majority of traffic doesn't have car tabs on it. Tank cars, I've typically drill a tiny hole with a tack through it, or little brad through it, and in the top of the tank car, and just, you know, stab that tack in through the middle of the car tab and into the car. And that, you know, those are the best secured cars I have, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think a derailment might be messy.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but it's no big deal, you know, because yeah, you know, even if you have a derailment and you don't remember which tabs go to which cars, who cares? I mean, it doesn't matter, you know, because it's, you know, it's not like there's anything in particular that, you know, the next session we got to restage, and those tabs got to find their way back to the same cars. Like I said, it's very flexible, and it doesn't really matter, you know, which cars are on. Typically, you know, obviously you want a cement car going to a cement plant, but in terms of just your standard box car, it doesn't really matter if it, you know, that tab finds its way back to the same car or not.
Oh, that's cool. All right, we'll go back to a few scenery questions, and we'll come back to there's a group of ops questions and a group of scenery, and I'm trying to just mix them up. So
okay.
So there's a question here: how do you model your logs and stacked lumber loads?
Yeah. So, oh gosh, there's a guy in Portland, Details N Scale. What's his name? I can't think of his name right now, but if you go on the internet, Details N Scale, and he does those lumber stacks, and he also does log loads, some really nice log loads. I live in North Texas, and I've got a little pond on my property, and it has these nice willow trees, and lo and behold, they make great logs. And so nice straight, you know, sticks that I go out and harvest the dead sticks and cut them up into log length, and then scrape kind of the side to look like the bark is scraped up, and they actually make pretty good logs. So that's what the majority of logs are on the layout.
Cool. So a layout design question. How did you decide how much mainline run should be between yards and staging, or yards and sidings?
Yeah, so pretty much, you know, that's a good question. So, you know, kind of 2 to 1. So, you know, I want between my sidings are about 8.5 feet long, and typically I want, you know, 2 times that between sidings. So if the siding is 8.5 feet long, then I want 17 feet between sidings at least. And it hasn't always worked out that way, but that's kind of the goal anyway. I think ultimately, if I had to do it again, I might cut out a siding or two. There's almost too many siding because it makes it too easy on the dispatcher.
Dear me.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a good job your dispatch is not in Orkney like Speeds is. When doing an operating session, do you do a full operation or just a part of it, or does it just continue from one session to another?
Yeah, so pretty much we run half a day. It more or less, well, even sometimes a third of a day. So typically, we have a 6 a.m. session, a 2 p.m. session, and a 10 p.m. session. Seems like we typically run the 6 a.m. sessions most often. And so we replicate 8 hours, and then sometimes we kind of mix it up, and it'll be different every time.
All right, cool. So we're a bit tight on time, but we have a couple of questions that I still want to get asked. So I know you answered this at the beginning of the session, but I think the person asking the question joined later. But how do you do your basalt cliffs?
Yeah, so it's basically, I think it's DuPont, the pink foam, basically styrofoam, and just stack it up into layers, glue it up, and then take the hacksaw to it. I mean, my primary shaping tool is a hacksaw blade with no frame in it, and you can kind of twist that thing and do all kinds of crazy angles with it, and then get out the X-Acto knife and just tick, 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 cut. Very time consuming and tedious, but that's the best way I found to do it. It's just cut and saw that pink foam, and then of course paint it in appropriate colors and put washes over the rock.
Cool. And final question, and then we'll let you go, Dean. But I think we might have you back I'm sure we'll have you back in the future.
Right.
How do you assign people into operating sessions?
Yeah, so I've actually got a backlog. I don't know if the question is specifically, once you get to the session, what job do you end up with, or if the question
that's what the question is. I don't think the question is how do I get into your basement. I think the question is how do jobs get divvied out during an op session?
Yeah, well, and I should mention in North Texas, there's no such thing as a basement. So this is a room over the garage. But yeah, so typically we've done it a couple different ways, but typically, there's kind of the skill positions. I have a couple guys that dispatch for me that almost always do it. And the yard jobs, typically, I throw it up for grabs and I fill the toughest jobs first. So I'll say, okay, who wants monument? And typically, Chris Atkins, who you probably know, he'd be the guy to jump all over that, or Adam Amick is another guy that typically takes it. And so then we kind of go down, through the hierarchy to the easiest job eventually. And that way we're sure that we fill the toughest jobs.
Cool. Well, I think that's it. I think that was a fantastic presentation. It's a great layout that you've got there, and I hope everybody that's watching goes and checks out your YouTube channel. Do you want to give it a plug again?
Yeah, so Oregon Joint Line Model Railroad YouTube channel. It's a peek behind the curtain into actual railroad yard prototype operations as I experienced them as a yard master in Seattle, and hope you check it out.
All right. Thanks, Dean. Right, everyone, we'll be right back with our next clinic in a couple of minutes. Stay tuned.
Thank you. Thank you, Gordy.
Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. As you can see, we have flushed the studio, and we've got Lloyd back in here now to come and give us a great clinic. This is going to be fantastic. So really, Lloyd, you don't need any introduction, but we got one for you because that's just the way we roll NMRAx. So Lloyd's actually only been in the hobby for about 5 years, but this is I think is this your second NMRAx clinic? Didn't we have a layout tour from you at some point? Third? No, third. Right, okay. This is the third. And he's been working on his 40-foot by 20-foot layout up there in the cold bits of Canada. While completing his certificates in the Achievement Program, he's also involved in the St. Lawrence division of the NMRA. And what we're going to talk about today is how quickly you can get your great first introduction to our AP program or Achievement Program is the Golden Spike. And Lloyd is going to go through that with you. So please welcome my fellow NMRAx host, Lloyd Henshey.
Thank you, Gordy. So I'll start with the sharing part. Here we go. Oops. So I'm going to be talking about how to get the Golden Spike Award. It's easier than we think it is because by experience, when I went through all the prerequisites, I kind of said to myself, nah, it's going to be too complicated. But first, I'm just going to tell you a bit about me so you know where I started. So my name is Lloyd Henshey, and I'm known as John Pacheco on Facebook or MHO Junction. I knew I wanted to have a hobby at retirement, but I still didn't know what it was going to be. So when we bought this house 7 years ago, I had no furniture for the basement. So that kind of made it easy. So I turned around and looked at my wife and I said, well, that's my man cave. And that's where my train layout is going to be. Now, the problem was that I've never had a train set, nor have I been on a train except when I was 2 years old, but I don't remember that. And I've never been around trains. So it was going to be a very steep learning curve. And of course, I didn't start with something small. My layout is 40 feet by 20 feet, L-shaped. It's got a double main line and it's HO scale. So it's been 5 years now. Yeah, it's been 5 years since I started my layout. And I got my Golden Spike Award in May 2019. Now, the reason I got my Golden Spike Award, it wasn't for everybody else. It was for me. So to be able to learn anything about model railroading, I needed to learn a lot. So why not reward myself and get this Golden Spike Award? And then we'll look at the achievement awards at a later time. So basically the Golden Spike is the easiest award to get. You just have to demonstrate that you have some knowledge or that you familiarize yourself with different areas of the hobby. Rolling stock, buildings, tracks, elevation, things like that. So you may find that you have, for those of you who've started in the hobby, or even just haven't started, but you've started collecting freights, or you started working on buildings, well, you're pretty much ahead of a lot of people because you've done probably a lot of the stuff that is required. So basically, there's a checklist you need to have completed. Like I said, when you look at it at first, you go, oh boy, that's a lot. But when you look at the small lines, at the small details, you'll see it's pretty easy. Then you need somebody from the division, the AP chairman, or a member designated by the chairman to come and look at if you filled out all the prerequisites. And of course, you need to be a member of the NMRA and not have the MMR status. That one, I don't know why, but anyway, you're not supposed to have the MMR. I mean, if you have the MMR status, it's because you've got all the achievement awards that that is requested. So here's the list that you need to qualify. So there's 3 categories. The first one is the rolling stock, motive power, or cars. So all you have to do is display 6 units of rolling stock, either scratch build, craftsman kits, or detailed commercial kits. Detailed commercial kits is basically you buy a freight car, and that's what a commercial kit is. I'll go into details for each one afterwards. Model railroad setting is structure and scenery. So you got to construct a minimum of 8 square feet of layout, including scenery. The 8 square feet, that's HO scale. If you're N scale, so we're talking about 4 square feet. So it's less work, no? Construct 5 structures, either scratch build, craftsman kits, or detailed commercial kits. If a module has less than 5 structures, additional structures separate from the scene may be presented. I'll get back to that also because there's easy ways of doing it. Where I got bugged is the engineering, civil, and electrical. Even though I studied civil engineering, I thought that it was complicated, but it's not. So what you got to do is 3 types of trackage required. It could be a turnout, a crossing, a crossover. All must be properly ballasted and installed on proper roadbed. Commercial trackage may be used, unless you want to hand lay your tracks. I mean, you can just buy Atlas Atlas track or Pico track. That's what they mean by commercial. All installed trackage must be properly wired so that 2 trains can be operated simultaneously. Example, double track main, single track main with siding, and block or command control. And also provide 1 additional electrical feature such as power, operated turnouts, signaling, turnout indication, and lighted buildings, etc. So it looks pretty hefty, but now what we're going to do is look at each one individually. Rolling stock, motive power and cars. Okay, so you got to display 6 units of rolling stock, scratch build, craftsman, or detailed commercial kits. The reason display is bold and underlined means it doesn't have to be on your layout. For example, at my division, we could bring what we've been working on, and that could be considered a display. Or for example, if you've been waiting to get a bigger space for your layout, and in the meantime you've been building kits, well, if you've already built 6 kits or structures, 6 structures, well, they're done. They don't have to be on a layout. These models need to show a little effort, such as painting and decaling it, adding little detailing, perhaps some weathering, etc. In other words, they don't want you to get a kit, glue all the parts together, and say, ta-da, it's done. No, you got to put a little bit of your own personal touch if you want. Just paint the building, add some materials or lights or anything that makes it more than just a kit. So let's look at 6 rolling stock. Now, this that's just an example, because this one I didn't do, somebody else did the weathering on it. But getting a car, a box car, or any rolling stock, and just adding some weathering to it, or just adding extras to your rolling stock, like it could be extra ladders, or a walk, a roof walk, or things like that, makes it more than just taking it out of the box. This is one that I did. This one I just weathered the platform and rusted the ends, and added some just some wood on it, and that was it. I didn't do much more than that. So that's another example of rolling stock. By the way, I didn't do any locomotives yet, so it's mainly all rolling stock. This flat car, what I did is I removed the plastic that was on top that represented the wood, because I didn't like it. It didn't feel like it was wood. So I removed that, and I used not balsa, but basswood, and I made my own base. That would have been enough, just weathering it. But in this case, I added a little bit extra. It's not something that you have to do. Like I said, just do something a little bit more than out of the box. So if you look at what you have, I'm sure you could find something that will be sufficient. Here's another example of a flat car. Again, I removed the plastic wood, and I added some gee, I'm lost at words here. Anyway, I added stuff on the flat car. It really makes a difference than having just out of the box. Again, here's another one. That's for lumber. This is one I added chain. Well, it's a little styrene. I think it's 1 millimeter styrene to represent the steel rods, and just a bit of weathering, and that was it. Another one was that's another one of my freights where I just added lumber. So it's not that much work, and I could have brought all those 6 cars over to a division meeting, and I would have gotten the rolling stock portion done. Or you could have your division AP or whoever come over to your house and look at your 6 pieces. Like I said, it doesn't have to be on the layout. Oh yeah, I have another one here. This one I tried something out. I bought one of those butane lighters and burned the inside and pressed like the top of a nail to give it like a bump. And the load was something I bought to make it look like metal scrapyard. And then I did a bit of weathering. So these are just to give you examples of what you could do with all your cars, and it doesn't demand that much. Then we go to let me just check here. Yeah, so nowhere does it say you must. Oh yeah, you don't need to be judge on on your rolling stock. It's not, you don't get points or anything like that. They just want to see that you've displayed 6 cars. Like I said, even having them sit out on your layout or a table in your basement count as a display. So now if we look at the model railroad setting, which is structures and scenery, you need to construct a minimum of 8 square feet of layout, including scenery HO. And like I said, it's 4 square feet in scale. And construct 5 structures. Again, structures, bold, underline. That's because structures, at first I thought it was building. I had to do 5 buildings, but structures are not only buildings. Structures, okay, I'll come back to that one. So what is 8 square feet? Well, it's 1,152 square inches. So basically it's a 2x4 or 18 inch by 64 inch or 1 foot by 8 feet. So that's to give you an idea. So I'm just going to show you picture wise what 8 square feet looks like. So here you have my lumber yard, which measures, that section of my layout measures 20 by 60. This one here also measures 20 by 60. We don't see the entire picture, but that's mainly what it is. It's just one track with a siding, and that's it. With, of course, with a mountain on one side. So that's 20 by 60 also. This is another area of the layout, which is also 20 by 60. This one here has a siding and 2 main lines. Because you'll see at one point where you need, when we talk about trackage, elevation is one example. So, so that's the square footage. Just like I said, to give you an example, what's 8 square feet. So to construct 5 structures, it could be buildings, trestles, bridges, towers, like a water tower, electrical towers, like electricity. It could be a culvert. So those are structures that are like man-built. Could be out of styrene, wood, hydrocal, scratch-built, craftsman, or detailed in commercial kits. Painting or weathering are good things to consider, and building interiors, lighting, and details are a plus. In other words, all they want you to do is to build something. If you're going to buy a kit, give it your own personal touch. It doesn't take much. Paint the building, add a light outside, put a drainage pipe along the building, put roof details. You know, like most buildings that you're going to buy, like on the roof, I was reminded that, I think it was by Speed, that he was wondering if all my buildings had, how come they didn't have any washrooms or like bathrooms? And I said, well, why? He goes, well, you don't have a vent on the top. So it doesn't take much just to add something to the buildings. So we're going to look at different types of structures. A trestle, this one I found plans on the internet, so I scratch built a trestle, but you have kits that have trestles. What you could do is just stain the wood, and probably add, like this one here, I would have added, what do you call those interior tracks there? That would have been one of them. Those are really small buildings, like the one on the right. I think it measures like 1 inch by 1.5 inches. So size doesn't matter for this. as long as it's a structure. This one, all I did was I added what do you call it? Tinfoil. Yeah, tinfoil to the side of the building and added some paint on it, acrylic paint, to give it a rusty look. The other building is a kit that measures, I think it's 2 inches by 3 inches. And I just added a light to it, and that was it. So there's 2 buildings right there. My downtown buildings, this one, okay, those ones I went pretty all out, like I did all interiors on them. But just painting the building and probably adding a sign outside or putting curtains or drapes in the windows, again, that's your personal touch. As long as, like I said, as long as it doesn't look like the cover of the box, you've done something, you've personalized your building. This was part of a kit which I didn't have a use to it. So, but that's like a bridge. I just scratched dents on the side, added some little wire, and just give it some paint and rust, and that was it. So that's a bridge. Some of you might want to do, like I said, a water tower. I just finished a sawdust burner, or we call it a beehive or a wigwam. So that's a structure. I can't think of any other structures in the meantime, but I'm sure you could find different types of structures to do. Doesn't have to be, like I said, 5 buildings. There's no requirement about how good or elaborate your layout must be. Just that you must construct it. On the other hand, you may have trouble convincing someone that a loop of track nailed to a piece of green painted wood constitutes a layout. But if you were to do a 2x4 on a piece of plywood and paint it green, well, you got to add stuff to it. It's just not just a track to your 2x4, 2 feet by 4 feet. Yeah. And as for the buildings, the same components, comments apply here about the type of kit. The idea is to show that you can do more than glue a simple plastic kit together. Like I said, painting or weathering are good things to consider. Remember that structures are not just buildings. Things like bridges and trestle also in that category. So you have it again. We tend to think that structures are building, but not necessarily. So now we'll look at the engineering. Like I said, that's the one that scared me. 3 types of trackage. I didn't know anything about trackage. Well, I know what a track looks like, but 3 types of tracks, one that turns left, one that turns right, and one that goes straight. No, it was more than that. Tracks wired so that 2 trains can operate simultaneously. That part I didn't understand. How can I run 2 trains at the same time? And provide 1 additional electrical feature. Well, I got to tell you, this one was the easiest. So let's look at the 3 types of trackage. The 3 types of trackage are required are turnouts, crossings. What was the other one? A railroad crossing, like oh, I got a blank right now. Like I say, it could be just about anything. Turnout, crossing, and grade elevations are examples of type of trackage. That one I was surprised because, I mean, most people would have different heights. Well, not most people, but since I have a double main line, I got one track that's higher than the other. So there we go. The three types do not have to be different. For example, just having 3 simple turnouts will qualify. That kind of saved me because I thought that I needed a 3-way ordinary turnout or a crossover, like again, one that crosses each other there. So at first I thought that was going to be tough, but no, that's not how it works. Anyway, here, I'm going to show you pictures. Here I have a 3-way. That was part of my layout, which I had already planned, so it was there. So that's an example. I call that a regular turnout. So that's another type. Elevation, different elevation. It shows that you've got different types of, it's considered different types of tracking. A crossover, a railroad crossing, that's another example. So when they say tracks wired so that 2 trains can be operated simultaneously, means that, okay, so your trackage must be properly wired. Like for example, if you do a module, you just have to wire the tracks. In other words, you got to give it power. You got to make sure that a train can run. And as long as you can run one train, park it on a siding while you run another. So if we go back here, yeah, let's go back here. So I'm running a train from right to left, and I'll take the siding, park it there, and have another train just go right through. Once it's gone through, then take my train that's on the siding and bring it back. So I've run simultaneously 2 trains. So that's considered, yeah, so it's considered running simultaneously. Trackage must be properly wired. Okay. I'll run another. So that's my wiring when the AP chairman came by, looked at my wiring, and if there's one thing I don't like about building a layout is wiring. So I passed. That was good. Anybody can do it then. So you've got your wiring, and that's another example of putting a train on a siding and running another train. So I had, I gotta say, when the person came over, all my tracking was already done, so it was pretty easy for them to, I guess, to qualify. But like I said, if you're building a 2 feet by 4 feet module, just make sure you've got the necessary trackage. I guess that's the one that's got more work to be done. Now, provide additional electrical feature, power operated turnouts, signaling, turnout indication, or lighted buildings. Well, guess which one was the easiest? Lighted buildings. So I had one building with a light, and basically what they want to do, they want to make sure that you're able to, let me just get this, to provide one additional electric feature. Okay, where did I put it now? So they just want to make sure that you're able to power auxiliary stuff that's on your diorama or your layout. Like I said, it could be like when we talk about power operated turnouts. In my case, they're tortoises that I've got on every turnout. So that was also easy to do. But the easiest was the lights in the building. Signaling, that's not my picture, but just to give you an idea, if you've got signals on your layout, well, that qualifies. This one was, like I said, this is the turnout indication. So this is that was one of the panels I had started doing, which I don't use anymore. But you can see I've got LEDs. And so when I would press a push button, the lights would be red, green, or green, red. So that is considered turnout indications. And the last one, well, it's lights for the building. In my case, all my buildings have lights. They all have interiors. So again, that was pretty easy for me. Now, you don't have to, like I said, it doesn't have to be complicated. If you go by everything that's mentioned, like I said, those of you who have layouts, you've probably qualified already for most of that stuff. And those of you who are planning on building a layout and you've been working on rolling stocks or structures, preparing yourself for your layout, well, you've already started again. So it's really an easy step if you're looking at getting your MMR. In my case, like I said, for me, it's a learning process, and I've got lots to learn, like technical words or what everything does. And for me to have it, what do you say, gratifying, is to be rewarded with the awards. But it's not for people, it's for me. Like, for example, I've been working on my scenery AP, and I thought I had everything finished until somebody told me that it's funny because all your trackage is done, but you have nothing along the tracks. You don't have whistle posts, you don't have switch stands, you don't have if it was derails or derail posts, or I had nothing. I didn't know you had to put something on the tracks. And to be able to get the AP for scenery, well, those are little things that needs to be done. So I am learning what goes around train tracks, or what's needed. It's like the buildings. Like I said, I was missing stuff on my that's for the structure AP. I was missing stuff on my roofs. There's so much to learn, and I think by talking with people that are not necessarily MMRs, but are working towards an MMR, or basically anybody that knows about this program, will help you achieve those goals. So for me, it's definitely a goal. And in the last 5 years, I've learned so much because, like I said, I didn't know anything about model railroading. all I have is my civil engineering background, so that helped. So, and I love details, so it pushes me to learn more. So next, we're coming to the end. If you want to know in which region you belong, you could go to the NMRA.org on the region and see where you belong. And the next link is NMRA.org. The Golden Spike Award will tell you everything you need to know. And the Golden Spike Award application form will basically, it's a shortened version of what needs to be done. And there's plenty of people that are, like I said, that are going to be willing to help you. And that should be it. Yeah, that's it. So I talk fast. Gordy?
No, that's cool. Thanks, Lloyd. So I did a similar presentation to the folks in the British region about February time, just to encourage people to have a go with this. It's like anything in AP myself. It's not been to go and score points and get one over on anyone else. It's been to push myself to do things I wouldn't normally have done. And it was the same thing in the British region. And we found that a lot of our members already had all the requirements. They just needed to show it and fill in the form. And it's a one-side form that you fill in, a witness, another NMRA member signs it, and away we go. And one of the things that we did is we have as a region, we have a monthly, twice a month, we have what we call a brew and natter, which is not a beer in the US. A brew in the UK is a cup of tea or a cup of coffee on a Saturday morning, and people can come and talk, and we may have a clinic, we may not. You just don't know what's going to happen. It's very unscripted, kind of a meeting for people together, just because people are in the UK with lockdown, that people are very isolated. So we've done it for a year now. I kicked it off a year ago, and we had people just come and present for 15 minutes. And Andy Ambrose, NMRAx fellow host, and who helps with all moderating the chat. Andy got his. He already had all the requirements, and so I think it's a great thing for people to have a go. It was called the Golden Spike Award. I know it was developed in partnership with the AP chair in the British region at the time, and Mr. Steve Parkins is one of his legacies to the organization. But I think it really could have been branded the Get Off Your Backside Award, because it's really just about having a go at doing things. And there is lots of educational material on the NMRA website, the beginner's guides, beginner's information from our education department, that can walk you through all the different steps that you've just done. And you showed some great examples there in your clinic of the different things, the freight cars that you've done, the different track and stuff like that. And there's some crossover as well, isn't there, with the AP? Some of these things you must have used for your next stage of the award program.
Yeah, well, you see, when I realized that the NMRA had this program, and I looked at what I already had done, and I was kind of pushed by others saying, well, you probably have everything that you need right there. And I wasn't sure until they came over and they looked at it and they said, okay. But there's one thing I like compared to going to not seminars, but conventions, is that when you're doing the AP, the Golden Spike Award, you're not putting yourself in competition with anybody. It's you. I don't have to get points for anything I do. Okay, I build it. You like it? I mean, is it okay? And that's it. That's why I say it's very simple. And I know a lot of people, I've seen a lot of layouts, and it would be automatic.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just a case of, in the chat here, Tom Gazy's just said that, you know, Golden Spike is just basically showing that you can do more than open the box, lay down SnapTrack, and it's the first level above, you know, model railroading 101 on the rug or on the tabletop, and it's exactly right. It's not. I don't think any of our achievement program is a competition.
No.
Some people earn merit awards by entering contests, but I've never entered a contest with one of my models because I fundamentally refuse to do that. If I wanted to have a competitive hobby, I would do a sport. I know I don't have the sporting physique, but I would go and do a sport if I wanted to be in a competitive hobby. And that's not me. I just want to enjoy what I do. And I think you're the same. And so, yeah, it's a great thing. I really would encourage people to give it a go. If you want to try the NMRA out, you know, we've got, and you've never been a member before, of course, you can go and take out a rail pass if you're in North America. That's Canada, USA, Mexico. Take out a rail pass membership for $19.95, and it's 9 months of membership. There should be plenty of time. Go and have a go at the Golden Spike, get your awards. See, you know, you'll start getting, once you start participating and engaging in such a program, you'll become more involved in the NMRA, and you'll start to see some of the benefits that those members talk about all the time around camaraderie and working together, and, you know, an encouragement from your peers. So I do recommend it. So we do have a couple of questions that we can just run through. The first question is that and I might end up correcting what you actually said, but you said in the thing in your presentation about the scenery area being 8 square feet, and if it was in other scales is different. I think that's correct for the AP scenery. So in the AP scenery and I'm an N scaler, so I always get the easy end of the stick here. But in AP scenery as an N scale, I think it's 18 square feet minimum, and I think in HO it's 32. Is that right?
Yeah, that's for the AP. Yeah.
Yeah, and in O scale it's 64 square feet, and it was that particular reward requirements that made me realize, living in the United Kingdom, I could only really do that in N scale. But anyway, and I think you said in the presentation that it was 8 square feet, and if it was N scale, it was going to be 4 square feet. I actually think for the Golden Spike, and I checked the requirements, it's 8 square feet, period.
No
so
matter
it doesn't
what.
matter what scale you're in.
So G scale,
still 8 square feet. Because it's ultimately about getting off your backside and having a go at something. And the idea was that something that's 4x2 can fit. It's a few T-track modules if you're an N scale or a HO, or even Z scale has T-track. It's a couple of modules. It's a Fremo module. I don't have a clue what it is in G scale. In G scale, it might just be a length of track to display a model on, but it's still, you know, you've got off and done something. So that was the first question. The second one is, do snap switch turnouts count like Bachmann easy track switches?
Okay, see, that's something new. What's Snapchat?
SnapTrack is like the stuff that's got the plastic roadbed on it.
Oh, okay.
Which is the same as Cato Unitrack, and it does count, but you're going to need to do more to it. So,
right, because it does mention ballasting.
Yes, so the Cato Unitrack is already got ballast on it. You don't necessarily need to ballast it, but you do need to blend the ballast into the scenery. So you've not got that hard edge. The Bachmann stuff is black, if I remember rightly. So you're going to need to do something with that. You don't just have black track. But for the turnout, when we say commercial turnouts, snap switches, Pico switches, Atlas switches, and I'm going to get in trouble for not mentioning everybody's, even a switch built with a fast track jig or fixture. Sorry, Mr. Warris. A fast track assembly fixture is the same. You don't get any points, so it doesn't matter what the complexity is in that.
Right.
You can use them, but you're correct. You need to ballast them. And so, a question from Ralph Renzetti. He asked, Lloyd, Are all of these required to get a golden spike, or are they requirements for the MMRAP program? I think he was talking about all the different. He asked this question as you were talking about all the different examples of electronics you can do.
No, those are all examples. Not every, like I gave a lot of examples. Like for example, the extra, what was it? Civil and electrical. You had to do one out of the four. And that's why I was saying, for me, lighting building was very easy. So I just had to do that one and that's it. I've taken care of what's electrical.
Yeah. So electrical could be block detection. So as a train goes through a section, it illuminates an LED or feeds back to JMRI if you want a bit more complicated. As you say, it can be lighting a structure. It could be a street light. It could be a signal. It could be a lighted sign on a building. It could be a motorized turnout. There's
as long
tons.
as you're able to, it's to be able to show auxiliary power. In other words, besides your bus line, if you have a second bus line for your auxiliary, show that you're able to do something with it. And in my case, I think so I had the buildings, but I also had toggle switch for my turnouts. And it just happened that it was plugged in that day when he came. So all I did was turn on a toggle switch and my turnout turned. So there you go.
Yeah, no, awesome. So I would encourage everyone to have a go. I didn't do the golden spike. Couple of reasons for that. One, I didn't fill the paperwork in, but two, I never actually managed to get anything to that level of completeness back in the day, when I could have had something looked at. And it's not an assessment thing. You can take photographs and share those photographs online. That's technically a display. You could share them at one of your NMRA meetings. That's a display. It's really just about talking about what you've done and showing what you've done. So brag about what you've done, and even if you just go to I know there's some AP folk that are a bit more proactive than others, and you might end up, if you do brag about what you've done at a division meeting or whatever, someone will say, well, you should fill the AP golden spike paperwork in, and it's just tick boxes. So people go on and on and on about all the paperwork you need to do for AP, and certain AP certificates, when you're in the proper AP working towards your MMR, I think the only one that mentions doing an essay, although I would protest this a little bit, the one that mentions about doing an essay is the chief dispatcher, where you've got to write about how to do layout operations, and that's a lot of writing. But you can't really build a model of operations, so you're building it on paper, but this doesn't need that, does it? All it is a single form and tick boxes.
Yeah, that's what I like about the Golden Spike Award, is that there is no paperwork to be done. And when I look at the all the other APs that I would like to do and look at all the paperwork, I mean, my scenery is done, my structure is done, except for all the paperwork, and I keep on putting it off, but I guess
my top tip is take loads of photographs of everything that you do and save them on a Google Photos or Google Drive or somewhere, so that if you change devices, you don't lose them, because construction pictures are great for AP. Most of AP stuff is photographs. Show what you've done. Your photograph, you don't need to write about it if you've got a photograph of it, although you do need to explain it because it's someone who's never encountered it before.
And the other good thing also is when you're doing all your stuff for the Golden Spike, it's going to go also towards your AP.
Absolutely, exactly. So that leads us on to a question that Ralph just clarified. So Ralph was clarifying, are all the categories required for the golden spike? And yeah, you need to do all the categories, but the idea is that you are having like a smorge board, if everyone knows what that is, like a or a tapas meal of all different bits from the a la carte menu. You're having a little sampler of all the different bits you're going to do as you progress that into the more complex or more involved certificates as you progress through our education program and through our achievement program. And exactly, it's to give it's a safe space for you to have a go and to get used to doing something. For one, for a lot of people, that's a big thing. For doing something, and then to get used to showing somebody else your work, which can be a big thing. There's a lot of people who've built fantastic layouts and no one's ever seen them, and then to have feedback, because sometimes it's difficult sometimes to have feedback on stuff that you've done because you're proud of it, and then someone's picked a hole in it and you feel like someone's just driven a spike through you. But then again, it comes down to how people do it. Like, Speed will turn around and say in his eloquent way, there's no toilet in that building. How does somebody go to the toilet? And you go, well, how on earth do you know that? And well, where's the vent? Where's the toilet? Where's the pipe? Where's the frosted glass on the window? Is this kind of, is this kind of neighborhood? So, it's all great stuff. I would say from my journey, it's quite young people. I got my first AP certificate in 2018. I submitted my 7th AP certificate earlier this month. That may well be approved. I have not heard back yet, but that may be my MMR done. But that's not going to stop me going on to do. There's 11 in total, so that's not going to stop me progressing on to do the others. I've got a few in very close to being completed.
But knowing Ralph and his layout, he's got a nice layout. His weathering is impeccable. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that he's already done. And
potentially the biggest hurdle for Ralph will be becoming an NMRA member. I think that beyond, once he's done that, then Ralph, we should be able to just get this sorted for you, because you've definitely got enough there in your layout. From what I've just seen.
Maybe you can answer that question. Why is it that somebody that's an MMR cannot get the Golden Spike Award?
I can't answer that question. It's because the Golden Spike Award is designed to be that first step, and it would be wrong for somebody to have done all of the steps and then go back and get a Golden Spike for, it's, you're not comparing apples with apples then. So it's to prevent an MMR coming in going, well, look at all what I did for my Golden Spike, and it's every single structure scratch built, it's all board over board construction, and it's all of a superior quality that makes somebody who is a not junior to them, but somebody who has not learned those skills, being discouraged, saying, well, I can never achieve that because it's out of my it's right. Out of the stratosphere. I can't speak, it's the middle of the night, but it's out, it's in the stratosphere compared to where I'm at, and I'm grounded on planet Earth. So that was the reason. I think it's a really good just first step. And for MMRs, potentially there's always talk of this unofficial award of being a something when you get all of the AP certificates. That doesn't exist, but potentially in the future, who knows, because we've got a program that started in the 60s and we're just not quite at 700 MMRs now. So there's tens of thousands of certificates being completed, but we're not quite there with MMRs. But we've got more Golden Spikes, which is what we would expect. So I would encourage lots of people to have a go at a Golden Spike and get involved in our education and achievement programs, and see where it takes you. But thank you, Lloyd. Any closing comments?
Yeah, there's a Facebook page called NMRA Achievement Program that people can go to. That Facebook, and you'll see those are all people working on their APs. And if by joining that Facebook, you could ask a bunch of questions concerning the Golden Spike, and those people will also be able to answer.
Absolutely. And of course, there's also your local. The best place to go to is the local AP team. But if you're not familiar with who they are, then of course, there's the NMRA Achievement Program group. And someone's just commented that about there being new members who would turn in amazing work for the Golden Spike, and that's fine. I wasn't being derogatory to say that I don't expect someone to turn in amazing work, But
Yeah.
if you've got a master model railroader coming in, doing work with somebody who's just got into the hobby, who's just moving off from that first train set, then it can be discouraging. It's daunting. It's terrifying. You know, our master model railroaders, quite rightly, a lot of them are held in very high regard, and sometimes they can be a little scary when you compare your blue box kit that you've weathered as alongside a PS1 box car that somebody scratch built. You with all the underframe pipe work detail. You're not comparing apples and apples. That's all I was trying to say. I'm not trying to say that you can't do board over board construction, because everything that you enter into the Golden Spike could well go on and merit, and you should be always achieving the best that you can do with your work, and it could go on and merit. It could go on and get 125 points. That's cool. But when you're in MMR, you've hit a certain standard, and that's the standard that you've hit. And one of those things is that you can't go back and do the Golden Spike. So the answer is, if you're working on your MMR and you nearly finished it, go and fill in the Golden Spike paperwork, the one-sider, and just send it, and then you won't have the problem of not being able to get it. All right, well, it's 56 past the hour, so we're good. We're going to go and cycle the studio. I'm going to take a quick hour's break before I come back and give you an overview of the last 12 months of NMRAx. But thank you all for your participation and for your feedback and comments there in the last session. And we'll be back with MQ Trains and MQTT. I can't speak. I need to go and get a glass of water. We'll be back at the top of the hour. So thank you very much, Lloyd. We'll see you on NMRAx again soon.
Okay, take care.
Okay, welcome back to Studio One, NMRAx Down Under. We've got our next presenter coming all the way from lovely Melbourne. How's the weather down there at the moment, Dave?
Oh, it's beautiful. A little bit cool, a bit cooler than your part of the world, but quite a nice morning.
Oh, that's good to hear. Well, David's here to give us a description of MQ trains and MQTT. He's been dabbling in electronics since the age of 10, and someone gave him some Arduinos a little while ago. He didn't understand those, so all of a sudden he's come up with this signaling and interlocking system. So I'll hand it over to David McMahon in sunny Melbourne for an MQTT presentation.
Thank you. G'day everybody. Today I'm talking about easy electronics with MQ trains and MQTT, as you've just heard. My objective today is to raise awareness of what you can do for yourself with some fairly inexpensive and readily available electronic components. It's easy electronics. Some people might think that that's an oxymoron, that electronics can't be easy. Maybe by the end of this you'll have a different idea, but I understand that some people do have a bit of a problem with electronics. I know of one case of one of my club members who is a very, very good modeler, brilliant. But when it comes to electricity, that's not his forte. He had trouble with a short circuit on his track, and with frustration, he resolved that by whacking it with a hammer. Didn't fix the problem, but it made him feel good. So yeah, everybody's idea of what's easy is different. Hopefully you'll find this not too hard to do, and it's not going to set the bank budget back much, so why not give it a go? So I'm talking about easy electronics. I'm talking a little bit about MQ trains, MQTT. What I'm not talking about today is DCC, because none of this needs DCC. Yes, you can have DCC to run your trains, but this is to run your signals, your occupancy detection, your turnouts and that sort of thing. And we're not using DCC. So anybody with a DC layout can still use all this. Okay, let's get into it. So what is this easy electronics? So here's a sample of some of the basic components. The main one there is the one on the top left is ESP01S. There is an ESP01 as an old version, so just try and make sure you get the S. So that's the microprocessor that's driving all this. One of those is going to set your bank budget back about $2. So it's not too expensive. They are quite small. It's only a little bit bigger than my thumbnail. So that gives you an idea of how small it is. And that's the brains that drives all this. Now you'll need a few extra little components. There's no USB connection on the ESP01 itself. So we use an ESP adapter. There's a few of those around when you go search in Google or whatever. This is the one that we found is the best. There's some that are quite awkward. You got to plug them in, pull them out, push buttons and what have you. This one just works. You just push it in and it works. So go for those ones that have got the extra pins at the back. Bit hard to see from that picture, but there's an extra set of pins sticking up. And there's a little push button on the side for reset. So they're the ones to go for. Now, if you're going to use these on a breadboard, then you're going to need one of these little breakout boards to separate the pins a bit further apart so they can sit comfortably on a breadboard. If you don't know what a breadboard is, I'll come to that in a little while. And a little PCB header so that you can attach your ESP01 to your PCB if you're using one of those without having to solder it in, because if you do solder it, you will regret it. So get one of those little header boards. We're using Wi-Fi, so there's not a lot of not a lot of wires going everywhere, but it does need electricity. So you will need a power supply. and these run on 3.3 volts, so you might need a buck converter of some sort to get 3.3 volt power supply. And if you have one of these little OLED displays, you can get a little bit of a rundown about what the ESP is doing as it goes along. Now, each of those items is about $2, cheaper than $2. PCB header boards are probably about a dime a dozen. So yeah, maybe $3 for some of these. So that's the ballpark figure we're talking about on how much this costs. That shouldn't be too much of a strain on too many budgets. And the good thing about it is that if you do connect something the wrong way and a little bit of that magic smoke escapes, then you know you haven't set the bank budget back a whole lot. You can just get another one for $2. Reassuring to know, and yes, I have done that. Self-inflicted, so my own fault. So they're the basic components. Now we've add a few more things onto that. If you want to drive servo motors, then obviously you're going to need a servo motor. And that's going to set you back about $1. I bought 20 for $20 not long ago. So in smaller quantities, you can still get them fairly cheap. So ballpark, about $1 for one of those. Now they plug into one of these little boards you can see at the bottom of the screen there. This is using PWM, they call it, pulse width modulation. You don't need to know what that jargon is. I'm not getting too much into jargon today. But anyway, you plug your servo motor into one of those. And if you count all those pins across the bottom, you can see that you can fit 16 servo motors onto one of those. So that's a PCA 9685 board. So that's going to cost you maybe $4, probably cheaper than that. So if you do the sums quickly, 16 servo motors is $16, another $4 is $20. Add into that your ESP01 and a few other dollars. Let's be generous, let's make it $30. Let's round it off to $32 because I can divide that by 16. So that comes out at $2 each. So $2 per servo motor, and now you've got Wi-Fi remote control for your turnout. Realistically, you're probably not going to have 16 on a board. You might only have 4, perhaps. Who knows? If you had 4 on there, then the cost will work out at about $4 each. So that's the price bracket that we're looking at. Now, a few other things you can add on. If you want to go into sensors and switches, we have one of these, what's called an MCP23017 board. Now that's going to set the bank balance back a massive $1 for one of those. And that gives you 16 I/O pins that you can use for any of these sort of devices. Now they can be set up as inputs or outputs, so you can flick switches, flick lights, switch lights on and off, or you can have a push button if you want to use a push button for some sort of purpose. So that all that information can feed back into JMRI. We'll get to that in a little bit. And currency detectors is something that a lot of people like to do. So you can get some of these commercial products for detecting current, for occupancy detection. They're all quite good devices. That's going to set the bank budget back a little bit more because they're a bit more expensive. Okay. Now, lights. Let there be light, as somebody said. Now, these use the same NCP board. Now I've added on a little opto isolator, because some of the lights you get will work on different voltages. I've got some that I'm putting on that require 12 volts. I can't get 12 volts out of my ESP01. It's only doing 3.3 volts, and it's not going to pump out very much current. So with one of these boards, you can have a 12-volt power supply on one side and your 3.3 logic working on the other side, so that when you switch the pin on from the logic side, it'll switch the high voltage pin on. So you can switch things on and off without the volts jumping across into territory that they're not wanted. One of those is going to cost you, I can't remember how much it is, but ballpark, yeah, $2 or $3, something like that. So that gives you 4 outputs for lights or anything else that you might want to drive. You might want to switch on a merry-go-round or something, who knows. So then this gives you remote control of all that. Okay, now let's try putting some of these pieces together. Well, let's just start. First of all, you can wire them together. You can solder wires onto all the pins. Yeah, that works. These DuPont cables come in handy that have the male and the female ends to them and various combinations of those. You can have double-headed females, double-headed males, whatever you need. If you're interested in finding out a bit more about DuPont cables, the man with a Swiss accent has done a very good YouTube presentation on DuPont cables and what you can do with them. So I'd suggest you check that one out. The man with a Swiss accent. Just Google that and you'll find him. It's easier to say the man with a Swiss accent than to say what his name is, because I don't speak that language very well. So you can use wires. You might like to use a breadboard. So here we have a breadboard, is the one on the left at the bottom. And what I've got here is I've got a 9-volt power supply in this case. It's feeding this power board that's on the right-hand side. It's downgrading that voltage to 5 volts across the top and 3.3 volts across the bottom. The 5 volts is just going into the servo motor board because that's providing the power that drives the motors. They require 5 volts. All the rest of it, all the communications between the devices and all the other devices are fed off the 3.3 volt supply. So you can see I've got one of those breadboard adapter boards on the left-hand side with the ESP01 plugged in. Note the orientation of them. It's hanging out the other side. If you twist it around and hang it over the board, the baseboard itself, it's not going to work. So that one goes the other way. Other sort of devices that look a bit like that, usually it hangs over the top of it. This one hangs out the other way. So we've got the little OLED display there so we can see what it's doing, and then it sends the signals to the PCA board. So there's only a few wires there to join up. So with a breadboard, you can put those together without too much trouble. The breadboard is very good for experimenting with, maybe not so good for a permanent setup because things can come out. So you might want to go to some other form of putting it together for your permanent solution. So the perf board is an option. It has these little holes with the solder points on the other side. I probably should have showed the other side, might have been more interesting. But then you can put these boards into there and solder those into position, or you can put them on header pins if you want to be able to remove them. You can solder those in, that's without too much trouble. And then you solder in the wire connections that you need to on the other side of the perf board. So that's one option that you can do. Then there's probably the Rolls-Royce solution is to do a printed circuit board, which is the green one in the top right corner. They look quite nice, look quite professional, and well, they are. It's been professionally printed, and that's going to be expensive. Well, no, not really. Depends on how many you want. If you only want one of them, then yes, that's going to be an expensive option to do. But if you've got a lot of devices and a few friends that might be wanting to share with you, then you can get these printed. You can get your own design printed, or if you've got a friend that's already done one for you, that's even better. So you can get those printed for maybe $5, maybe $2. It depends on the size of it and how many you get. So that isn't necessarily going to be a budget killer, and you can get a very nice solution from that. Don't be frightened from it. Just find somebody who knows how to do it and help you through it. That's the secret. Get somebody who knows what they're doing to show you the way. Let them do all the hard work. You just take the benefits. Enjoy it. Now, a little bit about MQTT. Now, it's not my aim today to talk much about MQTT. I'm not teaching MQTT today, but we will talk a little bit about it. Just a refresher for those that need a refresher, that might be new to some people. So what is it? It's a messaging protocol. So these devices are all sending messages to one another. They go through what's called the broker. It's a bit like the post office. So all these client devices are connecting, making sessions to the broker, and they're sending and receiving messages. So JMRI will be a client to MQTT server. The ESP01 will be a client, and they can send messages to each other. Now, what they do is when you send a message to the server, that's what they call publishing, and then any number of devices can subscribe, is the jargon. That means that they're watching to see if there are any messages, and anybody that's watching for those messages can then get those messages and deal with it. So it's not just one-to-one, it can be one to several. You don't have to have JMRI in there, but that's not a bad starting point. Speaking of which, how do you set it up in JMRI? On the Connections tab, it's familiar to a lot of people. There's a box there for MQTT. Yes, just like your DCC system, right, I've got Roke on that there, but it doesn't need it. You don't have to have any DCC systems in JMRI. So if you have a DC layout, yes, you can run JMRI to control your points, your turnouts, and all these other things. It doesn't need to have DCC in there. So there's the full range of settings that you put in there. There's stuff there about topics. I'll just explain that a little bit in a moment. And it has a IP address, or in this case, a host name, which in this case is the local host. That's the computer that I'm running it on. So typically, you could put the JMRI server process on your computer that you're using JMRI on. So we'll talk a bit about the sensors, the topics in a moment. Then the other part of it is when you create, for example, creating a turnout, the hardware address, or you select a system connection as MQTT, the hardware address becomes part of the topic. They all come together. I'll show you in a minute. But hardware addresses are just numbers. You don't understand all those. So then you give it a nice username, and that makes life a lot more pleasant when you can pick things by name instead of some code number. Putting those pieces together for the topic. JMRI by default has /train, /track, /turnout, and then some number is typically what you would use. The blue part of the topic there I've said is all things that are on the JMRI connection panel. The red component has come from the hardware address when you create the turnout. Topic, what's a topic? The topic basically is, this is the device that I want to control. If it's a turnout, there's a topic for each turnout. So I want to do something with that turnout. So the payload is the other part of the MQTT message is, what am I going to do with it? I want it to be thrown. So it sends a message, thrown. So that message gets posted onto the broker, and there's a little ESP device that's watching for that topic, and it sees that message. Oh, that's for me. I need to throw that turnout on pin number 1, and then I'll throw it. So that's basically how it all works. Now, MQT can do more than that. It's not limited to simple messages that JMRI can produce. Well, JMRI can do lots more things, but the setup in JMRI is fairly simple. But Hans Tanner and a few others have done much more fancy things with bridges to MQTT to do all sorts of whiz-bang things. You can connect your home automation system to MQTT because it's often used in home automation systems. So there's a challenge for somebody. Hook up your home automation system to your layout, and then you can start using verbal commands to drive things. That might get a bit scary. It might listen when it's not supposed to be listening, so I worry a little bit about that, but that'll be an interesting exercise for somebody. So MQTT can get more complicated, but we don't care about that. That's enough about MQTT. Let's get onto some more business. MQ trains, what is that? That might be newer to other people, more people. MQT trains is software that I, with a lot of help from somebody a little bit more intelligent than I, who's located in Texas, that you may know, has done a lot of the work. We've developed the software for the ESP01 devices. It does run on several other ESP8266 devices that some people may know of. I have run it on some and they work fine. It won't work on an ESP32 at this stage. There are some code changes that will have to be done to run on an ESP32. Why do we use ESP01? It's because it's small, it's the cheapest, lowest price. It does the job quite adequately, and they're consistent pin location, so they're just nice devices to work with. And so that's why we focus on those. We have no need to go into the bigger ones for what we're doing. The concept, of course, you can if you want. So the MQ Change is getting information from JMRI or sending information to JMRI. You don't have to have JMRI. I know one guy who uses JavaScript to drive all his processing and all his interlocking and everything. JMRI is just a spectator, so it can be. So this is the software that's on the ESP01 that's driving your servo motors and sending the commands to lights and what have you. And we're getting to the good part. It's free to download. It's available. Well, we've developed 2 scripts so far. One is available for download. The other one is probably about a week or so away from being released. And we will be releasing the code as open source at some point, hopefully not too far away. So that's not going to set the budget back much either. Okay, where do you get this free software? mqtrains.com. Look for the downloads page. It looks a bit like this. Servo Control is the script for driving the servo motors. When you click on that, you'll see those 2 files pop up. The PDF file that's got all the documentation that tells you what you have to do. Plus there's this bin file, the binary. So with the binary, it means you don't have to use the Arduino IDE or you don't even know what that is. It's just taken out of the equation. So that makes it easy. And the other piece of software you want is this Node MCU Flasher program, which is not ours, but we use it. That runs on Windows. If you want something that runs on Linux, then you'll have to read the instructions for that. It's a little bit more complicated. Okay, how do you do this? You plug in your ESP01 to your USB device. You fire up the program, double click it. It's just an executable. You just double click it. It runs. It'll work out what the COM device is that you're using. You put in onto the config page. You find the bin file that you've downloaded. Then you go back and say flash and wait a couple of minutes and then it's done. Simple as that. When it starts up with a access point. So you can use your phone. We recommend using your phone. That's easy because most of the time you want to be close to your layout. So it's better to use your phone rather than sit by your computer. Yeah, so you can connect your phone to the access point, go to the address. It's a complicated one. I hope you can remember that, 2.2.2.1. And then you get this page. It looks like this. The quick start option is where most of the information is you'll need to set up next. So let's have a look at that. That's where you'll give each board an ID number. You need the IP address for the MQTT server that I mentioned earlier. So it knows where to send the messages to and where to get its messages from. The topic that you're using, you have to work out what topic you're putting in. It will add the board number to the base component of the topic. And then, of course, the PIN number will get added onto that as well later on. Well, I got a fright there. I thought that said my wife. What's my wife doing here? No, it's my Wi-Fi. You put in the name of your Wi-Fi system and the key so you can connect to your Wi-Fi system. It's probably a good idea to have a separate router for your train system rather than use your home Wi-Fi. You don't necessarily want all your visitors coming to run their trains using your home Wi-Fi, particularly while the kids are busy watching Netflix. Then there's a page there for setting the positions for the closed and thrown positions for your servo motors. I'll come back to that one a little bit later. You can have a look at what the status is of all the turnouts that are being controlled, whether they're open or thrown. So you see what state they're on, and you can actually tap on those to actually throw it yourself. And if you do that, it'll send a message back to JMRI, so JMRI knows that you've done it, whatever program you're using to control it. So we can update accordingly so it knows what it's doing. And of course, once you've got JMRI in there, you can use Engine Driver and all these other fancy apps to throw your turnouts. And yes, you can still do that even with a DC layout. The IO board looks a bit like this. There's 16 pins on each board. You can have up to 6 of those. So the total we allow for is 96 pins. So that gives you plenty of room to move. Okay, now let's have a closer look at driving these servo motors. The devil in the detail, somebody asked me once. You need to know the devil in the detail. How does it really all hang together? There's 2 ways that I know of driving servo motors. You can use some sort of push rod, whether it be a bit of music wire, piano wire or something like that, or you can have one of these plastic things that's flexible. It's just quite versatile. They're not a bad idea to use. So you can just push one end with the servo motor to push your turnout points with the other end. The other option is to have this mounted, a lever system mounted directly beneath the turnout itself. Obviously, the push rod, the servo motor can be located anywhere that's convenient for you. For this lever wire system, it has to be beneath the turnout, which can be a problem if you've got support beams right there, which is usually the case, isn't it? Which of these 2 is better? I don't know. I've only been using the lever wire process so far. The next one I do, I'm going to try the push rod option. And after I've done that a few times and run it for a few times, I might have a better idea which one is better. They both will work. So I'm using the lever wire. So you'll see how I set these up. But the process for setting these up is fairly similar. Okay, so here's the pieces. Servo board was the same as before. We've attached the servo motor this time. I've already described what's involved in those. We've got power to it, 5 volts to the servo motors and 3.3 volts to the brains in the other devices. Now, a little bit of mathematics, so you can have a little nap for a few minutes, not too long, but don't go too far away. I'll speed through this fairly quickly. What are those numbers? You don't need to know. They're just numbers. If you must know, it's related to the width of the pulse width modulation and the frequency. Yeah, you probably regret knowing that now, so don't know. They're just numbers. There's a number at one end, it's 115. There's a number at the other end, it's 500. So that's the range you can have for the numbers. We don't want to be near the end, so let's go to the middle. Further away from the ends, the better. So let's go for the middle. 300 is a nice number to pick for a starting point. So it doesn't really matter whereabouts on that. See, the servo motors swing 180 degrees. So that's why there's that range of a semicircle. They don't do full circles. They don't do laps. They can only do a half circle. And we want a small range of that. Now the mathematics, even more mathematics, geometry, but if you must, all right, we've got a linear movement on the points on the turnout. We've got a circular motion on the servo motor, but if it's only a short part of the arc, it's close to a straight line. And if you offset it, like I've shown that diagram, it's even closer. The reality is you don't know about that. You won't notice it. You don't care about it. We're just using a little bit. It's straight enough. Oh, thank goodness that mathematics is over. I'm getting a headache now. Now, how does it all work? How do you put it together? All right. Now, when you've got the servo motor, I'll put it in a little 3D printed bracket that I made, and a few improvements suggested by a good friend. So I mount them from underneath there. You can see there's a pivot point in the middle where the rod will go for the piano wire that I use for throwing the points. And there's a little bracket at the top where I put a micro switch for frog polarity, to change the frog polarity. So when I put this servo motor on, I don't know whereabouts in the 180 degrees it currently is. So let's set the close position, say 300. So that will move the motor to the 300 position. So now I know it's somewhere around about the middle of its range. So I've got a known starting point now. So then I'll put the horn on the top. You can use a double-sided one. It's probably better than this short one. And if you paid attention to the mathematics, the longer the better, but let's not worry about that. All right, so when you put it on, you're going to put this on, and these are geared. So as you push it down, it's not going to go straight on. It's going to move a little bit. So now you're not directly over the hole underneath where the pin's going to go through. So let's change it. So you go back there and now change the closed position to a little bit more. Which way you're going to go, you don't know. So try it, trial and error, you work out which way you've got to turn it. So you line that up again with the middle. All right, now you can do all that before you put this underneath your layout, but now it's time to go on there and put it in. So what we're trying to do now is to position the servo motor underneath. When the servo motor is in its middle position, you want to line it up with your points, your turnout, so that it is somewhere between closed and thrown. Ideally in the middle, doesn't have to be precise. If your skills are as good as mine, then it won't be precise. But as long as it's somewhere between closed and thrown, we don't want it right up against one of the rails from the start. We want to be in the middle somewhere. Okay, so then once we've got that in place, a warning at this point. You're going to need a hole for that wire to go through. You're going to have to do that first. If drilling holes, once you've got your track work done, could get ugly. So drill your hole first, be generous. You can always put a bit of paper or something to cover it and put scenery over the top of it. It's a bit harder to drill a bigger hole if it's not quite right. So be generous with the hole that you drill. Learn from experience, yes, I know. Okay, so now we change these numbers to find out where we really want for the closed position. So you just increment it little bit by little bit, and the points will move across until you get it lined up with the rail. Easy as that. Now, is it going up or is it going down? Does the number have to increase or does it have to decrease? Trial and error. Just try it. If it goes the wrong way, then go the other way. If you really want to work it out to start with, it's a function of Is it a left-hand turnout? Is it a right-hand turnout? Is it going east? Is it going west? Are you looking at it from the top, or are you looking at it from the bottom to work out which is clockwise, which is anti-clockwise? Have you mounted the servo bracket on the left side or the right side? Is it pointing north or is it pointing south? No. Just try it and see. If you got it wrong, just go the other way. So once you've found the closed position, we do the same with the thrown position. So one of them is going to be going to higher numbers, one of them is going to go to lower numbers, and you don't know until you try it out for yourself as to which way it's going to be. And then press the save button. So now that's recorded in the configuration that's retained on the ESP01's memory. And then once I've found those positions properly, that's when I put the micro switch on the top to make sure that it engages properly, so that it changes the switch turns on when it gets to when the points are thrown to that position. Is that the thrown position, the current position? Don't know, but when it's pointing, when the arm is pointing to there, that's where I want the micro switch to be engaged. And that's why there's slots in that arm, is so you can move it backwards and forwards and to get in the right position. So that's the way I do it. If you've got a better idea, by all means, go for it. Let me know. I'd love to have a better idea too. Let's get you started. All right. You want to see it in action, don't you? People do tend to want to see it. I hope this video doesn't break everything. And here we go. We click thrown. Yeah, it moves. Great. Lines up the other rail nicely and back the other way. Excellent. Nice and slow. Very quiet. Beautiful. Okay, but what if you got some other sort of turnout motor? You've got solenoids. You can't put a servo motor on a solenoid. So we're not beaten. Now there's two different sorts you can have. Is the dual coil solenoids that have 3 wires, or there's the 2-wire ones that work on polarity for their pulses. I do a bit of Kato Unitrack, so I have some of those 2-wire ones, so they're the ones that I focus on, but basically the overall process is fairly similar between the two. So what can you do? I've tried a couple of things. The first thing I tried was this little H bridge, as it's called. So you can put 12 volts on that to drive the solenoid, and the pin logic is controlled from the ESP device. So it switches the polarity on. It switches it on one way or the other, depending whether you raise the pin or lower the pin. It uses 2 data pins. A bit messy. They're cheap, $1. That's 50 cents per turnout. If you've got Kato points for 50 cents, there you go. You've now got remote control, Wi-Fi controlled turnouts for 50 cents. One little warning about that, which is why I'm a bit cold on these, is that if you wire it to the wrong pin, you might find that you can start the pulse to throw the solenoid, but not stop it. I found that it wasn't doing what I was wanting it to do. Why isn't it? And then when I touched it, I realised, okay. So that's the reason why I'm a little bit cool on those. If you wire it properly, it will work. It has worked. I've done it. But be warned that if you don't wire it right, you may have some trouble. So another option is to use this bipolar capacitor discharge. Sometimes I feel like I'm bipolar. I'm getting bipolar watching some of this. But no, it's a bipolar capacitor discharge. So what that means is that Ray Stillwell created this a number of years ago. Sadly, he's passed away a few years back. He'll be forever remembered for this. Of not publishing his circuit, that was his request, and we tend to honour that, but you can find it around. So I've used it well, a friend of mine has used it. I'll come to in a moment. But this bipolar capacitor discharge, the idea is that the capacitor discharge will throw the points and then the capacitor recharge will close it. So it just has a simple single pole double throw switch. So when you switch that to ground, it'll throw the capacitor, throw the turnout, and then we switch that to the positive setting, then it'll recharge the capacitor and throw the points the other way. There's more complicated options in Ray's documentation about setting up LED indicators and startup settings. We tend not to really need them, and it's just one data pin, so I can use my I/O device for these. That's even better. What does it look like? This is a circuit board that my friend Martin Watts has done. So he's etched this himself. He's using that whiteboard in the middle is an ESP node MCU, so it's one of these other 8266 devices. He's not using MQTT trains. I'll have to work on him a bit on that one, but he's using some relays. Oh, sorry, Martin. He's using some relays there for controlling signals and other things. The little circuit board in the middle is the main capacitor, and you can see there's not very many wires in that circuit. The little capacitor and the little relay on the left of that are for the startup to make sure it starts in the correct position. But when we're doing it through these devices, it's a timing issue is what it becomes to, because we don't have that mechanical switch anymore, so probably don't need that. And on the left is a buck converter, because we need those 3.3 volts again. And at the top you can see the Kato turnout from underneath, and that's where it plugs in. So it's a standard cable from the Kato turnout. They have the solenoids built into them. Okay, so there's how to do those. Sensors. Now we're back on this I/O device. 16 pins, 16 IOs for each one. Now you can connect your occupancy detector of choice to those if you wish, or your switches, other switches, whatever. We use recommend a 1K ohm pull-up resistor. So what does that look like? So there's a quick look at the circuit. Your current detector is probably going to have a ground and a positive terminal on it. So the ground, we connect to the ground on that MCP board. The positive we connect to the I/O pin that you've chosen. So one of the points will be, one of the devices will be configured to be pin number 6. And we put that pull-up resistor connected to the positive terminal there. It's a 1K ohm pull-up resistor. So that's all that's involved in connecting those sorts of devices. Now this is another option, again from Martin, with another data MCU device on the right-hand side. But the board in the middle that he's etched is a current detector board that you can get from RR Circuits online. It's on their page. So that's his current detector that he's using. That's just feeding back to the I/O pin. There's lots of wires going all over the place, but I won't go into all those. He's changing signals with it and all sorts of other things. And a buck converter in the middle, of course. So there's a buck converter. So that worked out a little bit less expensive going that option. Lights can make a difference to a layout. Nice little night scene from my work in progress layout at home. So I can control those lights now. I can have one switch, remote control. So JMRI can control it. I can switch the car lights on. I can switch the street lights on, the station lights on, or the lights in the building I can switch on, so I can control them individually if I want. What does that look like? So there's the hardware for setting that up. So it's a breadboard again in this case. the ESP01 you can see in the middle with one of those breakout boards again hanging out the other side. The OLED display, it's saying that pin number 1 has been turned on. So that's connecting to the MCP board at the top. They don't sit nicely on a breadboard because the pins rows are too close together. So that's just left stranded dangling out the side. So it's connecting back to this opto isolator board to drive the high voltage to 12 volts. High voltage 12 volts, wow. So that's a 12 volt output to turn on the headlights. And then you send another message to turn them off again. And there's the syntax for the message. I don't really use my layout. I use the name of my layout as this prefix for my title, my topics. That's all right. The board number is 201 and it's 01 pin. And you can see on the display on my phone, it's a bit hard to detect there, but the 01 is bright when it's on and it's dull when it's off. So I can see from there what the status is. Okay, now signals. Everybody likes to do signals, don't they? But it costs too much, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Not anymore. So we've got work in progress on this. So we haven't got a script ready for that to download just yet. We've done a fair bit of work, but there's more work to be done on that. But it's geared around using the signal mask table in JMRI. Now, I'm a big fan of signal mask logic in JMRI. I think it does a wonderful job. Don't be led into thinking that simple signal logic is simple. It is simple. It's not simple for you. So there's a lot that you have to do yourself. But the signal mask logic has got a lot of intelligence built into it, and it's a lot easier to set up. And we just care about the aspect name that the signal mask table produces. So we're not going to be setting up signal heads. You don't have to have signal heads if you don't want to. And you don't have to use turnout tables just to throw a signal light. That seems ridiculous. But in days gone by, that's what we had to do. But now, if you want stop, then you just say stop. And let the little devices work out what they have to do. It's not complicated. Speed has done a script that you can load into JMRI right now. Maybe we'll find a link for that somewhere and perhaps post that on MQ somewhere. Speed, take a note if you're listening. So that you can start running that now if you want. The signals are not in JMRI natively just yet, but with Speed script you can do that. You set up virtual signal masts, take note of the instructions from Speed on what names you have to give them. So you can actually do that now. But you won't have our script on our ESP devices just yet. We've still got some work to do, so take your time. Now, what sort of signals you can use? Standard LEDs, yeah, you know what they look like. We found this tiny little one. It is tiny. It's 0603, so that's less than half a millimeter. You can't even see it. There's actually 3 different LEDs on it. A red one, a yellow one, and a green one. Or you can get red ones. You can get them red, blue, and green. But they have 4 wires, so you can individually control them. So it's just like standard LEDs, but all combined into one. Very small. I do N scale, so I like these little signals. We can use these neopixels. The value of neopixels is that you don't have to have anywhere near as much wiring. And I/O pins, one pin can do all of them. They come in the LED form. You see 4 legs coming out of them, or they're surface mount devices that you can use as well, SMD forms. The latest ones I've seen are 1515. So that means 1.5 millimeters square. So that's pretty small. It's a bit more challenging to solder them. Yeah, that's the state of the art as far as how small they can be. How do they work? The pixels are going in a stream. So there's this, you only have one stream of data that you create from your ESP device. You send that out. Each pixel gets power, positive and negative, or ground, and then the data is passed along the line. Each one says, oh, the first bit's for me, I'll take notice of that, and I'll pass the rest to the next one. And he takes his first bit and passes on to the next one. So it gets passed down the whole stream at the speed of light, and they all do whatever they want. So you can individually configure each one. So that makes them quite easy to set up, not a lot of wires going everywhere, and it's only using one I/O pin. Okay, I've hoped somebody's got something worthwhile out of that. I've tried not to go into too much detail, give you an idea. Obviously, none of these things are very expensive, so you can have a go at it. You haven't got much to lose if you mess it up, which is nice to know. There's places you can go to help. MQTrains.com, it's a good place to start. There's a Facebook group if you want to join that. Just not long ago started up. The Arduino group is a good place to go for information about all sorts of devices that you may want to know how to hook it up. People there can help you out. If you want to know more about MQTT, there's a group there for that as well. So I hope there's something that somebody's got out of that. I found it good fun, and I hope you do too. So, have we got any questions?
Okay, well that was great, David. There's a few questions out there. We'll go and have a look at the Facebook ones first. There's a couple of comments regarding the programming. Andy's asking, honestly, what level knowledge would you need to work with MQTT without having to learn from the ground up? Is it suitable for the average modeler yet?
Well, if you're using MQ trains, if you're using our script or one that somebody else has written, if you like, then you don't have to know any programming. That's all done by somebody else. That's done by us. So what we're doing is we're not just doing it for ourselves. We're trying to make it available for other people who don't necessarily have that programming skill. If you do want to program it yourself, the MQTT course, if you're familiar with Arduino stuff, there's a set of libraries that you use to build into your sketch, and the commands to use those are quite simple. So from a programming point of view, for anybody who's done Arduino programming, it's quite simple. If Arduino programming scares you, then just use somebody else's script, use ours.
Okay, and John was asking then if someone has a running layout already with tortoises, push buttons already installed, and JMRI, does he need to start over with the programming to implement it?
Tortoises, driving tortoises, if you want to drive a tortoise motor instead, yes, you can do it through this method. I have thought a little bit about it. I haven't really come up with the exact way that I would do it because I don't have any tortoises. But it wouldn't be hard. It's similar to the bipolar capacitor discharge thing, is that the bipolar signal is what you need, but you leave it on, it won't be a pulse. So it's not much different. You won't have to start again. You can add it to that.
Cool.
It would replace the panel switch that some people might have.
Okay, so a little bit of work, but it's not that involved to update it. Let's go over and have a look at the YouTube chat. What do we got over here? There's a few hellos and the likes. There's one. Oh, g'day, Michael and Jane down in Adelaide. They're saying g'day to us. So there's some Aussies on the topic here tonight. And Human City Heath dropped in, and he was asking what the topic was tonight. And Gertz filled him in on that. Speeds filled him in. So we're good there. There's just a lot of conversation on here of people talking to each other. But
that was probably when I started talking about mathematics.
it scared them off.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, mainly a lot of comments and questions were about programming, which I think you addressed, and showing it there. It's quite simple. There is no programming to do if you download those scripts and just tinker with it, like you said. Adjust the endpoints and find the happy medium, and then put it together.
There's nothing hidden. It's all there.
Yep, not a problem. Well, I don't think there's no other real questions, I don't think, in there. I don't know. One of the other guys will jump in and tell me if I've missed something, but yeah, they're all talking about Andy's haircut. Oh, okay. So
David, how do you get started?
Hey?
David, how do you get started?
How do you get started? You go to mqtrains.com and start reading the documentation and look at the notes there. Buy some of the devices. Where do you get them? Whatever your favourite electronics parts shop is. I get mine from AliExpress in China. It takes a month to get here, but they're dirt cheap. They do their job nicely. Yeah, if you got a little test setup, try it out.
So all of the parts are listed on the web page, and all the download files, I take it, are all there as well.
The download files are there. There's the binary to download for the servo script. The IO binary will be there in about a week's time or thereabouts. And signals will be a bit further away. We still have some work to do on those.
Okay, but the basic
the instructions are there.
And all the instructions and documentation, so people could download those and start experimenting and playing around with the servos. And like you said, for less than $30, you can buy all the equipment to do a fair few servos.
Indeed.
Well, that was compared to LCC.
Yeah, well, was that a statement or a question?
How does it compare to LCC?
Oh, LCC to me is fairly complicated. When I looked at it, the costs involved was a bit more. It just didn't excite me. That's just a personal opinion. It's aimed at something different and more complicated stuff. So this is just a very simple way to program, so anybody can do it. The MQTT protocol is quite simple to use. You just have to set up the server, which isn't hard to do. In the notes, there's descriptions on how to install that software, as well as this getting started guide, which is aimed at setting up the devices. There's another more extensive user reference that's got some more detail in there, so you'll find that on that website as well. Okay. So start reading through that.
Okay.
And join one of the groups and ask for some help.
Not a problem. Well, thanks very much for that, David. It's enlightening expose into servo control and the like. So I think I'll be looking at that when we come around to putting servos on the layout here to control all the points. Although the other guys are now probably laughing in the background, going, it'll take me about 4 years before I even start doing that. But anyway, thanks very much for your clinic and for your time. And if there's no other business, we'll have a little adjournment, and we shall be back with the final session.
Cheerio.
Thanks, David.
All right, well, final session of 12 months of NMRAx, which has been quite interesting. So we thought we'd do a look back over the last year and look at that. Now, I have to commend my Australian colleagues this morning. Their time, it's actually Sunday morning there, just as it's Sunday morning here, and it's Anzac Day. So I really appreciate everyone that's tuning in for Australia on Anzac Day and New Zealand to join us. It was the same last year. It just completely coincided. Last year it's done the same again, but it's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. So yeah, let's get this share cracked on and show and go through a few things. So it could well be like the NMRAx what's the word? NMRAx award show, really, this, but we'll see how it goes. So there's a few facts, figures. There's also a few behind the scenes things. So if you think I'm boring and that's, you're tuning out, this is going to be a boring session. Anything may or may not happen. The blooper roll may come out. There may be a link to a blooper roll. Who knows? So,
you never know.
Stick with this, okay? And I also have to say a big thank you to the team, because I flung them across like 6 slides full of typos last night and said, I'm jumping on a boat now. Get it filled in for me. Add anything you wish. So they did. And I really appreciated coming back to this after being on the go for 23 hours in the last 24. So here we go. So NMRAx events. There have been 15 NMRAx events over the past 12 months. We started off with a 24-hour show. They went down to 12. Then they dropped to 6. We decided that we just had too many people wanting to do a clinic, so they're now back up to 8 hours in 2 4-hour segments. And I think that just kind of reflects well on the team. We've always been about rapidly prototyping things, and if it doesn't work, we'll throw it away. If it does work, we'll keep it going. We've supported four regional events across 3 regions. With another one coming up, that'll be our 4th region. We'll be working with the AR region, which is Australia, in June to put on their convention. We're not involved in the national convention this year, although we've been used as a sounding board by that team, and that team's currently today doing a bit of a trial for what will be the Rails by the Bay online later in the year, and our door's still open for us to support them, but so far it's just been as they've just used us as a bit of a sounding board. So the 4 regional events were multiple days, multiple rooms. There was NERX, SCRX. You got to be careful how you say that, especially if you've had a beer, but yeah. SCRX and NERX. And also we live streamed some stuff from the 75th anniversary of the British region, some history stuff and stuff there, which is quite good history because the British region was the second region of the NMRA and established in 1945. So other stuff about events, we've done different types of events. We did one, meet the board of directors. It will, when we do a cycle of the board, that's the wrong thing to say, when the new officers and directors come into post, which happens on the 2nd of July, for all of those that are having a go at me and saying that I haven't done anything yet, that's because I'm the director, so I am doing stuff, but in the presidential role, I'm not in that role until the 2nd of July at 12 o'clock Eastern. So we'll do another meet the board if the board's still willing to work with us in summer, winter for the Aussies. We've done 2 Ask the MMR events. I think we should do more of those, but we kind of were starting to run out of questions, so it's been a few months now. We'll probably do another one. We've done over 50 layout tours. We added another layout tour tonight with the great Oregon Joint Line. We've also done 228 clinics, and we've had 190 different presenters. I remember when I first started this and I did the first 24 hours, somebody said to me, do you think you'll run out of presenters? Well, I can tell you now, we've got clinics out to June. So we're not running out of presenters, but we're always looking for more new, interesting things that we can unearth within the NMRA and within the hobby. So, we'll talk about how you can get involved in doing a clinic in a little while. And I should probably say at this point, if anybody's got any questions that you want to ask the NMRAx team, now's a good opportunity. I see Kevin Marks has asked on the previous clinic, how does one pronounce solder? Well, that's solder, well, Kevin.
Yeah. You got to remember the silent Q that's in the word solder to get that, and don't forget the lonely L.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. It's not Thomas the Train. It's not the island of Sodor or Sodor. It's solder.
It's solder.
Okay. So reach, how we talk a lot about reach in the NMRA social media team, but how do we get reach? What has our reach been? Well, it's been quite good for the NMRA. So we've added 2,442 subscribers to our YouTube channel, and you might think, well, that's not a lot when Ron Marsh has added thousands, and Luke Towan, another NMRA member in Australia, has got over 1 million. It is when you are starting from a small point. So we have gone, we started about 600. So it's more than double. We're quite happy with that. We're quite happy with the fact that it's 4 times the size that it was in terms of growth. So that's pretty good. We've had 143,500 views of the NMRAx content. We've over 37,100 hours of content have been watched. 75,000 views of the live streams and 46,000 views post stream. So a few people have had the questions about, does people watch it live? Do people watch it after the fact? Well, there's a couple of things. We've been a bit tardy on putting videos out until this week. Brad's got a bit of a rush on there. He's put quite a few videos out this week. So if you want to go back and watch some of your favorite clinics from NMRAx, there's a lot more gone on to YouTube. We've also, but in general, people are consuming the content in the live when it's live, which is great. And I know there's a few folk that have watched, like Andy Ambrose has watched every single hour of NMRAx live, and apart from for SERX where we had 3 multiple rooms, he had to go back and rewind. So the 3 8-hour rooms turned into a 24-hour session. It's a bit like watching a Netflix box set. I think he just went back and rewound the streams, which is pretty cool. So here we go into the awards, and I can see why Kevin Marks might be hovering on the chat here. This is the top 5 top watched clinics. Now, bearing in mind what I just said, not all of our clinics have been actually put out as individual 1 hour videos, but this is the 1 hour videos, not counting the live viewers, although these clinics did attract some of the highest live viewing sessions that we've had. So it's just going to pop it up. So in 5th place, we've got Ron Marsh. Ron's Trains and Things was one of our most watched clinics. Steve Todd's clinic on JMRI was one of the top watched clinics. Kevin Hard Part Marks on shouldering, his clinics with fast tracks, one in particular, just one of Kevin's clinics, ranked him 3rd. Imagine if you added up the views of all of them, you would probably be first, but we're not playing that game. Kaylee Zhang with cell phone speakers. Kaylee, your clinic was also the highest live viewed clinic ever on NMRAx. We've at the beginning of the clinic, we've about 450 people watching it, which is pretty cool on the first NMRAx. That was one of the first clinics on the first NMRAx as well a year ago.
Yeah, I think it was the second or the third one.
Yeah, it was pretty early on. And then we had problems with a tornado and that dropped our viewer numbers down. And it's never quite recovered from that tornado. A few blew away. I think they're still somewhere blowing around Joey's house. But anyway. And then top spot by a long way is Chris Adams with his Valley Local clinic. And if you've not gone and watched the Valley Local clinic, you should go and watch it. Chris is a fantastic chap. I have operated the Valley Local. I may have had a couple of wobbly pops beforehand, which made it even more entertaining. And I was trying to switch a local job either side of the racetrack, 4-track main line, or it's 2 tracks at that point. But either side of the New Haven main line, that made life really difficult. But Chris has also got some stuff there. It's historical stuff about the New Haven Railroad, and it's really interesting. And Chris is a great supporter of the New Haven Railroad Association, Historical Association, whatever it's called, as well as his fantastic layout with his great scenery and lots of little cameo scenes there. So go watch those clinics, get them a few more views, and that'll be great for all of us. So where have our clinicians been from? Because the NMRA is just in America, isn't it, Marty?
Well, that's what I was told. But I believe we've had clinics from all around the world. I mean, Brad, you've had Brad and I strapped onto the wings of planes and flown all over the place. We've been to the north of the continent in America. We've been over to Europe. I think we even went to Africa at one stage.
I've told you, it's the best thing for you, because on the wing, you don't have to wear a mask.
Oh, well, that's true. And that is the smoking section out there, I heard. If you can light them, you can smoke them.
Yeah, the only thing is if you open your mouth, you get very large bugs in your face. And
that's true. True.
So, but anyway, yes, you have been all over the world. Where in the world have we been? Well, we have been across 4 continents and 7 different countries. We've had clinicians from Canada, the United States of America, no surprise really, but Mexico, Eduardo from Mexico, and I think there was another clinic from Mexico or not far from Mexico. We've also had, of course, I'm getting in trouble, but Christina, but I know I've said her name wrong. I know I'm going to get beaten up by speed, but from Namibia, Chrisandri. Sorry, Chrisandri.
Yeah,
there we go. And it is 3 o'clock in the morning. It's 3:15 in the morning in the UK. I'm giving myself some time off for getting that wrong. And we've also had clinicians from the UK, from Scotland, and from England, which has been fantastic to see this global participation. We also had some clinics from New Zealand, more than one, and considering there's only one NMRA division down there in New Zealand, that's been fantastic, and clinics from across Australia. And as you can see here on this map, Australia is quite a big place. But it's cool because the NMRA is a global organization, whether people may like to admit it or not. It is a global organization. We have global reach. We offer things that no other organization is able to offer to the hobby, and we should recognize and respect that. So let's keep going. Keep going. So people that have given us the most, the people that the presenters with the mostest, we have in 3rd place again. Kevin scores an award. I don't know are we giving out prizes? Or
Oh,
is this just,
I don't know. I think we could
felt
make up a prize.
I
I
thought
felt we
just
should have organised this.
acknowledgement on our shows are good enough prizes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got some dirty socks in the laundry. You could have one smelly sock each or something. I don't know.
Well, you
Um,
could send Kevin any part of a PPE kit. Get him a new pair of safety glasses or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Virtual
So,
prizes for a virtual convention.
Yeah, virtual prizes.
consider yourselves all having a virtual wooden spoon. So, in third place, with 5 clinics each, we've got three great presenters here. Kevin Hardpart Marks, we've got Mike Mackey, MMR, we've got Tony Cook, the editor of Model Railroad News from our friends at White River Publications. And then in second place is the man that I feel we should nickname the multi-part, but this is as opposed to hard part. But this is Dave Berman from Wisconsin. Fantastic. Can't fault Dave. When he first contacted me about doing a clinic and said I've got a lot of content, I kind of dismissed him and said, well, you've got 45 minutes. And then we had the amazing grain series from Dave.
I didn't realise there was so much information you could gain out of just grain. I mean, I thought my cornflakes arrived on the desk in the morning from a box.
And exactly, and that's before we even get into distilling grain into wonderful alcohol products.
Well,
turning it into ethanol and other things. I am looking forward to Dave's clinic on. Well, it seems from Wisconsin. Dave's clinic on grain to beer. That would be fantastic.
Yep.
But yeah, Dave continues to give us some great clinics up there on the Wisconsin Minnesota border. Dave lives right on the Mississippi River there, and there's the railroad running a few streets from his house, or right in front of his house, pretty much. But yeah, Dave, we appreciate you, and more clinics would be great. And then in first place, our roving reporter of Southern, is it Southern Australia? No, Sydney's not in
Southeastern Australia.
Southeastern Australia. There we go. New South Wales, or not Southwestern Australia. Okay, so that's how it works here. We have Jerry Hopkins, MMR, who's also the AP chair for the Australian region, and he is a fantastic gentleman. Very, very grateful for Jerry and all Jerry's work. Goes out and videos some fantastic layout tours in Australia.
I don't think there's a model railway layout in Australia that Jerry hasn't videoed or visited or has planned to visit in the near future. I mean, he's just got a plethora of great layouts that are in the area and in this country.
Oh, and really appreciate what people do, and this is why when it's like I liken Jerry to the people that go and video and photograph modern stuff in modern railroad equipment, because it's modern now, it won't be modern there. These layouts are there today, they might not be there tomorrow. You may be able to go and see them. No one had the foresight that we wouldn't be able to have operating, well, Australia aside, we wouldn't be able to have op sessions and stuff and meetings and things. And I noticed there's a little chat about Sweden going on. We actually did have a clinic on Swedish railways by our good friend Patrick Grace in the British region. In fact, in the Scotland division, Scotland and Ireland Division 12 of the British region, my division. So great stuff. Okay, moving on. The hosts. So the team has expanded a little bit. I have no idea why. David, I apologize. I have no idea why your text has gone on to 2 lines there. Someone's hit return by mistake somewhere. But we've now grown the NMRAx team. You've got some people here that don't appear on camera, don't get the credit that they probably deserve. But there's obviously those of us that do appear on camera. So in Australia, we've got Brad Anderson and Martin Jenkins. Big thank you to you guys for setting up and doing a lot of the production on a lot of these 15 events, and putting up with us remoting into your computers and adding sandpaper to your desktop background.
Yeah. All of a sudden, some days you come back and look at your computer and it's completely reorganized. You've got different wallpaper and yeah.
you had to cheat in order for us to make that a joke. And we've got Speed as well. A big thank you to Speed. Speed said to me after the first one, pretty much in his way, Gordy, you're rubbish at scheduling. Just let me do it. So I have, and Speed now does all of our scheduling. That role has expanded to doing sound checks with everybody, teaching everybody how to use our software equipment, our studio equipment, and Speed does a great job of that, as well as all the stuff he does for us with the NMRA's calendar and NMRA website, and tons and tons of other stuff. Jordan has been involved to a greater or lesser extent from the very beginning, and a big thank you to Jordan for the just encouragement to pull this apart and to get this going. But yeah, and Jordan's also given us quite a few good clinics. He's done a little bit of hosting, so it's always good to get younger folk involved in what's going on in the NMRA and what's going on in the hobby. So it's good and encouraging for everyone. Andy, as I mentioned, Andy once already on here. Andy Ambrose, big thank you to Andy. Andy does a lot of the moderating in the background. He does a lot of our media promotions. You'll see, if you generally see an NMRAx event post on Facebook, it's either me or Andy that's put it up there. And Andy does a great job usually in the chats on all of our events, going, putting in links and stuff like that, as well as we should also mention that's not here, the social media team. So Pam and Gail and Barbara and Tom Gazier and Christina Zambri of the social media team, who also help on some of our events with moderating the chat and stuff. Brooks Willig, our sound guy. I wish he's still not managed to get you to learn that mute button, Marty. But
yeah, I know he's given me a number of tutorials on how to operate a mute button and how to select the correct microphone so you're not talking to something that's on the other side of the room. But yeah, the smooth tones of Brooks Willig. Yeah, and Brooks has been fantastic. He's helped us get some music that we can use for different things, and has done quite a lot of hosting. Lloyd, you've seen Lloyd today. Lloyd did his third clinic on NMRAx today, and Lloyd's also hosted quite a lot. It's great to get Lloyd's view there. Lloyd from Canada, again, this is a completely global team that we established from nothing, and it makes projects are better when we can make them sustainable, so this had to become a sustainable project, and I think it has become a sustainable project that's still not cost the NMRA any money.
Gordy,
yeah.
Can you go back one slide and come back here?
Yeah.
Can you refresh?
Oh, this is Speed's getting all his stuff done here. Just a second.
There you go.
Yo, yeah, okay.
He fixed it.
He's fixed it for me. All right. And then the two Bruces, no waiting.
Yes.
Bruce Wilson and Bruce Kelly from Canada and Oregon and the USA. But Bruce Wilson's given a clinic. Bruce Kelly hasn't given a clinic yet.
No, we're going to have to get the Bruce to get something together. Was it the modeler known as Kelly?
Yeah, the modeler known as Kelly. Hopefully will give us a clinic in the near future. And but again, Canada, Oregon, and we have now got our little sustainable team. So we have two Bruces. David Ammon in the UK, you'll never heard of him, you will never see him, but he has done a clinic. I don't know if it was an NMRAx clinic, but David's definitely done a clinic for the British Region Convention that we may not have live streamed. But David, big shout out to all the work that David does. David is the person that gets the live stream post-production recording and chops all your clinics up and hands it back to Brad so that we can stick the credits on it, stick the opening on it and everything like that. So without David's efforts, this would take a lot longer to get clinics out the door, and it's through David's hard work that we will get we're getting so many videos out in the next week or so, in the last week, in the next upcoming weeks. And then just to shout out to Perry and Dave again. Dave Berman, not only having done loads of clinics for us, has also done loads of hosting, as has Perry Lamb in the Piedmont division in Atlanta, Georgia. Perry has given us quite a few clinics and also done quite a lot of hosting, and we've worked with Perry and his division all the way along with NMRAx and also virtual division meetings and stuff, and shared some learning. So it's been great. So really nice team. Really appreciate everything you guys all do. There's 12 folks now involved in this program. It's a big team. So that means it can be sustainable and we can continue to do things. However, if you've got something that you want to offer, you think you can do something, then do something. Yeah, my name isn't here, Craig, because my name isn't on the list. But of course, you know that I've been involved a little bit in the team, and doing stuff. Management, yeah. Management translated as anything as and when required, but including clinics at 2 minutes notice.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's good. And so, how do you give a clinic? So not only could you join the team, but you might just want to give us a clinic. This is a pretty simple process. So if you think you can keep the world busy and pause the world of model railroading for 44 minutes, either by doing slides, a live video if your internet's up to it, or pre-recorded video, or a combination of all three, then we want to know. And how can you do that? Well, basically contact anyone that knows me. It's very informal. Or you can email nmrax@nmra.org. And then Gordy will get you in touch with Speed. If you know Speed, go to Speed Direct, but Gordy will get you in touch with Speed. Basically, you've seen the 12 people that are in the NMRAx team. Get in touch with one of us or email nmrax@nmra.org. We'll put you in touch with Speed. Once you're in touch with Speed, we'll get you a sound check and we'll agree dates and get you all set up, and you'll all be sorted. We are doing NMRAx events for the foreseeable every fourth Saturday of the month between 2 and 11 p.m. Eastern Time. So if you can't do a clinic within those times, doesn't preclude you from doing a clinic. We can pre-record it and we will set some time up and record it. So we're trying to make this as accessible as everyone. We asked you to do a sound check. You need to have the internet. You need to have a decent microphone and camera. It could be a headset, but you don't need any other software other than what you would normally have on your computer. Most people now, 12 months down the line, have got cameras, microphones, some laptops, and tablet devices have these things built in. And most of you have connected to, if you've heard of NMRAx, I would hope that you have some kind of connection to the internet. You need to sign a media license agreement with the NMRA. This is just standard for copyright purposes. And that's it. You're on the schedule. There's no, we don't have the, and John Doring's also on the team. John and Gordy have been missed. John, this is because you're now on the national, you will be going on the national board. And that means that we don't say thank you for anything that you do anymore. Not only kidding. We'll get Gordy and John's names on there, but that's kind of why. Management. That's kind of why we're not on there. It's just about that. And so the key thing for me is that I wanted this to always be accessible to anyone. You don't have to be somebody, and you really. When we started this, let's be honest, in April last year, we were only just some people were only just discovering what Zoom was, only just discovering what video conferencing was and stuff. So that's what we aim to do. We aim to get people to take that first step in learning of anything. And this is no different. So Bruce is saying we should have a clinic on how to present a clinic, and that's true. We should have a clinic on how to present a clinic, and we probably will do. That's one of the things that we could take on when we can find a slot, because we still have quite a lot of volunteers. We'll put that together.
Well, I see Clark Koenig's made a comment on there. I think he wants me to do another clinic on RC cars because he had some information he missed out on the last one. So yeah, we'll get that organised for Clark.
Another RC, for RC 4-wheel drive clinic.
We'll do that. Yep.
All right, cool. Let's keep going. So, all right, here's a question for you. out of the 12 hosts, can you guess who are the only 2 slackers who have not presented a clinic? And pop that in the chat.
There were the 12 NMRA people that you put up on the list before.
Yeah.
Who are the only 2 that have never done a clinic?
So I'm going to state pretty quick because it's that's false advertising. I think you're trying to board us into a corner because there's 3.
Is there 3?
There's
Yeah.
3.
We found out about the third one late.
This is a classic example.
This is a stitch up.
This is a classic example of what happens when you open your slide deck for edits by anyone whilst you're driving for 23 hours or on a boat without access to the internet. This is exactly classic of what happens.
Gordy, if you refresh, it will be fixed.
I can't keep coming out and going back in. All right. So we'll move on. We're moving on. Always forward. So the NMRAx team has even been modelled thanks to Laurie in Australia, who, if you want to have a look at it, the YouTube link is down at the bottom. Hopefully somebody who's on the side here could just go and post some of these links in the chat, maybe. Is that possible?
Maybe.
Okay. As everyone's feverishly writing it down. So this is an animated scene. You can see that this is normal. Martin and Gordy spinning around, promoting things, feeding the Helix, and Brad sitting at his computer doing the production. So this is a pretty standard NMRAx scene. Martin and Gordy waving around and Speed and Brad fixing the problems in the background. But thank you for sharing that. So that's in the Facebook chat. Sorry for guys on YouTube. YouTube cuts out links, but we'll try and get a Bitly link up there for you. More behind the scenes. Brad inside the Helix. So okay. Anyone want to explain what we're seeing here?
Oh, I think we're all just comparing the size of everyone's Helix, aren't we?
I think this was a Helix measuring contest. Yeah, who had the biggest Helix? This must have been was it Gateway?
No, this is actually not long before you got your Helix. You were talking about getting your Helix. And
was I, or was this the one when I was building it? Because there was one NMRAx where I built a Helix on the desk as we were going.
I'm not sure. We're kind of comparing of how we're all going to look like sitting inside your Helix with the size of it.
I remember you saying, "Show me yours, and I'll show you mine."
Yeah, it went downhill from there.
Yeah.
But I do remember I remember saying, the question was, Gordy, can you fit inside your Helix? And it was a heart on top of my head because it's N scale and it's quite a small Helix. But that's being replaced by a bigger Helix now. Lesson learned, don't make small Helixes. All right, so we've got a few fails to go through. So green screen fail. Oh, look at that. Beautiful.
I knew that was coming up.
Beautiful picture. The only thing I'm giving you points for is the brewer's top, but the rest of it, I mean, where did that hat come from? That's got to be a silent auction prize or something.
Yeah, it was something I bought at the silent auction I didn't realise. And
did it come with the pins, or did you add them yourself?
Oh no, the pins have been added. So there's an AML one on the side to give it some credibility.
Okay, cool. Well, yeah. One top tip we have is if you are going to use a green screen, don't join the NMRAx room with just your green screen on, because these guys are the fastest screenshotters I've ever seen in my life. And that's it. Your life is over with. And never, ever, ever leave your camera on when you're not in the room, because as soon as you know it, you'll be getting used as a background. Or your Helix or your office will be in everybody's background. So, all right, more behind the scenes. Let's move on. Let's keep this train on the track if we can. It's already derailed. It's classic NMRAx style. We've missed somebody off a list. We've got typos in it. It's perfect. All right, the wheel of sandpaper. So, how did the wheel of sandpaper come about? Well, it went like this. We were just about to start an NMRAx event that Gordy was doing production of, part of, and Gordy got told, by the way, we've got this wheel of chat idea, and this is how we're using it. Nobody thought to show me how it worked, just showed me that we were doing it. And then this happened, right? And what happened here is we ended up with too many questions that the sandpaper couldn't handle. It was a bit like the interview, really, with the Australian cricket players about how did you have sandpaper in your pocket. They couldn't answer those questions either. So this great idea from down under, unfortunately, you may have noticed recently hasn't made a reappearance, but it may do in the future if we can figure out how to write more questions on the sandpaper.
Well, how it came about was Brad and I, the Saturday afternoon before that NMRAx was about to go, we suddenly found that in the software you had access to all these other little utilities. And one of them was this wheel. So we put it together, I think, about an hour before 2 hours before the show went ahead. And we just said, no, I'll be right. Gordy, he'll work it out. We'll put the links up here and he'll work it out.
Correct, and I think one of the most famous questions off that wheel is, where's Gordy keep his donuts at the train show?
Exactly.
Seemed to be a pretty popular one.
That was a very popular one, and
it was. I never got to see the answers, fortunately.
We never saw the donuts.
Well, you never saw the donuts, so you're not seeing the answers.
Doesn't matter. I did. I knew where they were. Oh dear, I've learned over a long time where to hide things. Rule 1, don't take donuts near the NMRAx team. All right, so more behind the scenes. What have we got coming up now? All right, yeah. How many people can we fit into Martin's studio? So Martin, here's all the people. And then everybody you can see is in Martin's little view down at the bottom middle left. And this was Martin saying, look, I can see you all on one screen. And we're all like, yep, nobody else can see that. How are we supposed to fit in there? And this was Martin trying to fit everybody into it. So what you probably can't see is there's just over what would be Martin's left shoulder on the right-hand side of Martin's image there is the view of the studio. But he's then repeated it on the left-hand side of the picture over his right shoulder. So we're all in there in duplicate. And this was the entertainment that we were having. This was Martin just before his computer melted, where he was saying, look at all this cool stuff that I can do. I think that's a shot from the New Year event.
Correct.
Happy New Year at the bottom right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Correct. I was just going to say, Gordy, I'm quite impressed of how enthused and excited the other 10 of us are about how many can fit in his studio. We all look real happy, don't we?
I mean, it must have made John a little nervous because he's tweaking his bow tie down there on the bottom right. I noticed. This
was how many people we could stream into one poor little Dell computer, which has probably been designed to do nothing more than open an Excel spreadsheet. But I think it stood up well. I mean, that little computer plodded along for about 6 months before we started to get real big problems with it.
But now you have a NAS for each of us.
Don't go down that path, but I do have a new streaming computer with over 6 gig of video in it, so things are a lot better.
Yeah, don't say that NAS word. It's more of a hard drive storage location.
Yeah.
Let's not burden our viewers with that. All right.
Exactly. That's for another show.
That's for another show. So speed, we don't slurp in a live show, do we? But if you speed, we do. If you speed, we do. And there's Laurie, who made the animated NMRAx scene. And there was speed as we're rolling a video in the background. This is what goes on when we roll those videos live into the stream. This is what goes on in the studio that you fortunately don't get to listen to. Is you're away checking the stream, or you're taking the questions out the feed, or you're checking the viewer numbers, and all you hear in the background is slurp from speed. And you look to your look to your studio screen, and you're like, really? And one of our pet hates, isn't it, Brad? One of Brad's favorite things, if you want to come on and be a clinician with a pre-recorded video, Brad likes nothing better than you bringing on a 3-course gourmet meal for him to watch you eat, whilst in Australia it's 5 o'clock in the morning, and if he was actually to make breakfast, he would wake up everyone else that lives in his house. So the absolute best thing you can do if you want to do an NMRAx clinic is come on and eat something like, I don't know, Bruce Wilson, ribs or something like that.
Ribs are good. I think Bruce
Ribs would be
likes
great,
ribs.
yeah.
But this slide reminds me of another problem that's happened.
And that problem must be, I think, internet and user error is obviously a huge problem by the looks, Gordy.
No,
I
he's
think we
just
just
muted.
lost Martin.
He's just muted.
Is he
You
just
meet
muted?
the mute button.
Yeah,
Has he muted himself again?
of course.
This is great viewing. This is.
He
That's the
still
next
can't
slide.
figure it out.
So do we have a question in the chat which we'll just pause on while Martin figures out where his
Okay.
mute button is? Oh,
Right.
right. Oh, mate. Right, hang on. We're taking a question from the chat. You
Okay.
just don't mute yourself. No. Oh, never mind. So the question from the chat is: do presenters share their screen, or does NMRAx have advanced slides for them? Usually, you share your own slides from your own computer. If there's an issue with that from bandwidth or you're not comfortable with that, then we can share your slides if you give us a copy of them. But it's always easier for you to do your own presentation because you're in control of it and you don't have to keep saying next slide, next slide, next slide, next slide. But usually it's the individual doing the presentation that shares the slides. All right, Martin, did you have something to say, or are you on mute?
I was going to say something, but I think someone's been playing with the mute button, being as he has control of the page.
It's the next slide. The next slide is Martin being muted.
Is it? Well, this one, I was just going to make a comment about when this slide was taken, or this photo was taken, Speed had just come back into the room, and we were still winding up with Laurie. And he thought he had something written that probably wouldn't be family friendly on the front of his cap.
It's right there. ASS on his hat.
Yeah, but it's got a Y in front of it for the town he came from. Anyway, yeah, there's been a few occasions where we've had incidents like that where people have come in and actually we've been still winding up the stream for that particular person, and then they've dropped in and made a comment, or you've heard kids running in the background, or explosions, or other sound effects and the likes.
Well, I think, boys, that was the last slide that you added to this presentation. Unless I need to refresh Speed.
Well, you do have to refresh for John.
Yeah, okay. We'll do that. We'll do another refresh. We'll go back to that quickly. This is in true NMRAx style.
Well,
right?
This is
how we
running
roll.
smoothly.
This is running really smoothly. We just refresh, just press refresh.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's what the developers at work say to me all the time. It's not working on my machine, guys. Oh yeah, just press refresh. There's John, our favorite Bostonian Texan, is here. All right. You can take the boy to Boston, but you can't take the East Texas out of the boy. That's how it works, isn't it? So, all right, we'll stop sharing and go back to the studio. So we're back live in the studio. It's 3:44 in the morning in the UK. We'll put that out in true style to our standard viewers. We'll put it out. Any questions, pop them in the chat. We'll pick them up now. If you're quick, if you're too slow on the buzzer, we'll not pick them up. And John may even join us. I don't know whether he's still under duress somewhere else in his basement, but John may be able to join us. We don't know.
So I'm going to ask a quick question of all you guys now that we're all here. What's everyone's number one favorite part of the conventions we've put on so far?
Well, I'll kick it off. My little chuckle or amusing part was our very, very first clinic. First of all, we all sat down and said, will this actually work? We'll probably get a stream of half an hour and then Facebook and YouTube will kick us off, or or something won't work, or something won't happen. So we're getting round to the hour to start off, and Ralph is our first presenter. And off we go. I sent Ralph off about 15, 20 minutes early. So all of a sudden I start getting text message from Speed and from Gordy going, "You've started it too early. Ralph's still going." And oh dear, I forgot about that. Anyway, I'll just wait till we get to the top of the hour and jump in, tell Ralph to be quiet, and can he rewind his slides to the beginning and start again. So we had a bit of a trial run in that first 15, 20 minutes to make sure all the systems were working, and then we got Ralph to start his clinic again. But I always thought that was a bit of a laugh, and I think Ralph's out there, so he'll probably make some comments later on.
I could go to answer Brad's question. All the clinics that have been shown, for me as a kind of a newbie into the hobby, there's so much information and it's like nonstop. Great information, and the technology behind all this is fantastic.
Speed.
And it's free.
And really. So what was your best part, Speed, other than it's free?
Well, I just love my Helix. And this is the only time I'm in the Helix. Because there's no other reason to be here. Right?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
I just assumed you would have had some really good backsides in here doing sound checks and some funny moments in those, I dare say.
Well, the for me, the awesome part is the time that you spend with people when you do the sound check. We have had clinicians on here whose layout none of us will ever see, because they will not, we get different kinds of people, and some people will just not invite people to their homes. COVID made it even worse, but when you go through a sound check and a guy has some trouble sharing, and you have to spend a few more minutes, and finally it's all working, you just go, "Do you have a layout?" And then they go, "Yeah, you want to see it?" Because they have the laptop, and then they can take it downstairs, and then they show you the layout. And it's just really awesome to see that people are willing to share things that in your presence you would not have seen it, because you would not go there. So now you just have to keep the finger on them, so that after their clinic, a couple of months later, you say, "You remember that layout that you showed me? How about we show that to the world?" So that's the fun part, is getting things to work, and then you discover all these layouts that you didn't even know existed.
Cool. Now, Gordy, you can go last because this was your brainchild and everything.
Yeah.
One of my most memorable moments.
Well, hang on a minute, Brad. There's JD, I know it's popped up in the corner there, but he hasn't turned his camera on. Is John there?
I don't think John's there.
No.
No. Sorry. Okay. Sorry.
So can I continue now, Martin?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just
mute Martin.
Yeah.
Just mute Martin.
We'll see if he vanishes in a minute. One of my most memorable moments actually was doing some production work, and I believe it was part of Gateway, and me and the host had just welcomed the clinician in, and we both said to each other, right, we're just going to quickly duck away for a drink or a break as needed, and just as we both got up, the clinic had finished. Meanwhile, it was 15 or 18 minutes in, and by the end of the 45 minutes, me and Bruce, I think, have just about asked the clinician everything, including his shopping list and what his favourite food was for his pet dog. So, yeah, it's always a lightning moment, and these clinics are great that we get in, and it's always an eye-opener just to see what happens around the world. So, Gordy, your brainchild, what's your favourite moment?
There's so many. I'd say a couple of them was, at the end of big events. So the end of the first one, hitting end live stream at the first 24 hours, like, we've done it. And then there was the realization shortly after that we have to do it over again, because it was enjoyed so much by people. And so, the end of Gateway again, when we got through the Gateway, that was a huge undertaking to do for free. I took a week off work to get that done. You know, Brad, you took a lot of time off to do that, and Martin. And it was a huge undertaking on behalf of the team. And obviously, we didn't feel the need to charge anyone for it. And we got that done. And that was great. But it's funny in terms of like funny, memorable moments. I always love it when we get a clinician in, and then when they go to share their screen or they try to end their screen share, they leave inadvertently out the studio, and you find yourself just there. And you're like, okay, so let's just talk about what we just seen for 5, 10, 15 minutes. And that's even worse when it's a video because we can't always see the videos. So it's always entertaining. But I just wanted to pop a couple of questions out of the chat, if that's all right, Brad.
Yeah.
We'll pick a few questions out here. So Roger's asked, do we ever sleep? I don't know who he's directing that at. I hope it's not me. I do sleep. I make sure I try to sleep at least 5 hours a night. That's what submariners get. That's all you really need. If you're sleeping more than 5 hours a night, you're wasting your life. And so, yeah, I do sleep. I just pick my moments when I do. And it's not always at the standard times, but it's the way it works. I do. Personally, I set aside 8 p.m. till midnight, Monday through Friday for NMRA things, and I've generally book all my NMRA meetings and NMRAx things in those times, and then the weekends I just work it around for people. So, do you all sleep? Is this true?
I
little
do,
bit.
yeah. I had a nice sleep last night. Get up around about 8 o'clock just to rub it in for Brad, that's all.
Yeah. No, I normally sleep until certain people ring that are part of the team to wake me up, because we're actually meant to be starting a stream because our power is out elsewhere. So yeah. Normally I do sleep.
Yeah, that's Australia. Yeah, that was probably my worst moment of the whole thing, having to phone Brad up to say, Brad, we need you to start streaming because Martin's got no power. That was probably the worst thing. As much as we have a laugh about it, I don't think I can ever go into your town without your missus murdering me now, so I have to be a little bit careful.
It was that, and I think the time when we decided we got offered a data server and a data center to use, and we decided to use that, so we spent a week setting. I think it was actually the beginning of Gateway, the first day of Gateway, and we had everything running, and 2 hours before the stream was meant to start, I'd had the server, everything was humming and working perfectly. The moment we kicked in, the whole thing fell in a great big heap. We were half an hour late. We had to transfer everything over to the old Dell machine here and run it like we used to. But well, it took us about 40 minutes, 45 minutes. But yeah, that was a bit of a heart stop moment.
We lost 2 clinics.
Yeah, 2 clinics, so 2
we
hours.
Lost 2 hours. It wasn't 40 minutes. It might have felt like 40 minutes to you, but sitting here answering the when's the stream starting questions, it was 2 hours. So well, it was good, and we've always muddled through and found an answer. So there's another question from Dan. Dan's asking, have we disqualified Joey from doing clinics? No, absolutely we haven't. And Joey's business, A Touch of the Brush Weathering, has become an NMRA partner. We're very keen. We work with our NMRA partnership program partners very closely, especially Mini Prints, as you all know. And we have Mini Prints to thank for our great logo for NMRAx, and we work very closely with our partnership program members, and there'll be a few coming up soon who have recently been added to the program. They'll be coming along doing a few clinics and these are people that have already given us clinics before they joined the partnership program. But no, Joey, we'd love to have you back. If we can just schedule it around thunderstorms and all that stuff, that would be even better. The Roger's asking that he hopes that NMRAx stuff will continue post-COVID. That's the plan. The NMRA is currently looking into what does the NMRA in a post-COVID world look like. I think what we've all just got to recognize is whilst it may feel that in some parts of the world we're getting back to normal, we're still very much in most of the world in mitigation phase. There's John just eating something on camera just for Brad's benefit. Good lad. So we are mostly in mitigation. We're not really in recovery, and we're certainly not in resuming normal activities phase yet. So still a long way to go. NMRAx will continue for as long as it's needed by membership and people are viewing. As long as people continue turning up, if the viewership falls off, then we won't. There's no point carrying on, or we'll tweak it and go whichever way we need to. Pam, isn't it past your bedtime, Gordy? Yes, it is past my bedtime. It is well past my bedtime, but it's fine. I'll be going to bed soon. And the small person is not here.
Let's give John a chance to tell us his favorite part.
What's that?
So, John, the question is, what has been your favorite moment of NMRAx?
Oh gosh, I haven't watched any of it yet. Is it any good? I thought the last 4 or 5 minutes of you guys talking was just scintillating television.
Really? That's a good answer. I'm sure you did. And someone in the YouTube chats just said, how did the PCR regional convention end up happening today as well? I don't know. We've been doing the fourth Saturday of the month for a while now. Let's say we've been doing it since about November. Speed will correct me on that. So 6 months, and I don't know. The honest answer is I don't know. I haven't managed to see any of the PCR regional convention today. I have registered, but I've just not been able to see any of it because of this. I hope it's gone well. I hope they've got some lessons learned to take forward, and if they've discovered some holes that they think NMRAx needs to help them with between now and July, then I'd appreciate them reaching out to us. I'm sure they will, and we'll see what advice and help we can give them. And Dan says we should look at apparently we should look at the Star Wars conventions. What more do you want? You've got Jabba the Hutt. I'm right here. What more do you want? Right? Andy's had his haircut. I know we haven't got Chewbacca anymore, but Andy's had to really have a haircut. It was getting a bit bad, you know. So you've got Jabba. You've got everything you could wish for.
I think Andy needs to show his haircut.
Yeah,
I think he does.
We
but
really need to get Andy in here.
Yeah.
I think we did, but I do think he is volunteering for the PCR convention today because we are spread ourselves all over wherever we are required. So I think Andy's actually busy over there. So I think.
Hey, Gordy, I do have I have a answer.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah, because the first NERX convention that we did, which we absolutely could not have done without the NMRAx team, was not only sort of my favorite moment, but I think just like really transformational for our region. It just came at a perfect time, and I'm so thankful that we have that. So I do that serious sort of answer because, gosh, I mean, if you look back at the year and you take out all this that you guys have done and provided, it just would have been a much bigger hole still, So I guess my favorite part has been the whole thing altogether.
So I have a question.
That and the chance to climb into Speed's Helix in real life.
Exactly. Yeah. You went in there and worked out that Gordy won't fit. But
that's not true. That's not true.
Gordy won't fit.
It's big enough for Speed's head, so it's big enough for almost all of us.
There you go.
All right, everyone. Just a couple of things. I'm going to go back to a question for John in a sec, but here's Andy. Andy has joined us, our silent partner in the chats. He's here. As you can see, Andy has had a haircut, and we had a little bit of a Zoom call. Well, sort of a Zoom call for me to check Andy's haircut for him. So, Andy, how does it feel to have your summer haircut?
Well, I had to get you to check the back of it because I only had one mirror in the house, so I couldn't see what I'd done at the back.
This was the DIY?
Lockdown UK. This is it. Lockdown UK. This is what the UK folk are having to resort to.
DIY haircuts.
This is what you do after you've murdered somebody and you have to change your look.
It's not just a DIY haircut. It's you have to phone your mate up in Scotland 1,000 miles away to check the back. That's because you daren't be seen out talking to your neighbour because you'll get nicked. That's what we've resorted to.
Right.
So my question was for John was as a region president who engaged with the NMRAx team twice now, what would be your message to other regions as they're still facing the same challenges that you are? What should they be doing?
Oh, well, I would say do what we did. Jump in and get the NMRAx team to help you put this on. I've shared this before, when early on in the planning of this, of our first NERX, and now we've done 2 of them. We had a committee and we had several discussions about whether or not we could or should do all the production work ourselves. That was one of the most naive things on the board in that whole year. Just not knowing. So gosh, having done that with your help and support, and of course, you guys were really flexible, and we kind of branded it all like it was a little bit different, like it was sort of more homegrown, right? But I don't know why. I don't know why any region wouldn't want to take this on, and 2, I don't know why any region wouldn't want to sort of leverage the team and the the infrastructure and the experience that everyone has now. So, of course, I guess if every single one of the 17 or 18 regions wanted to do 1 or 2 of these a year, then we'd be in a world of hurt all of a sudden. But it would be I guess it'd be kind of a good problem to have.
I think we might be looking for regions to work together. But I agree with you. I think certainly for those of us around the world facing losing our conventions, this is a great alternative. A great way for people to be able to feel interacted with. Whilst we can't replicate a face-to-face convention, the education aspects of it we can maintain as an educational organization. This is a great way for us to do it, and it's a free and available to everybody. It's not a financial benefit to anyone of doing it, so we don't break the rules.
So many people have said one version or another of this, but it's also really fundamentally changing kind of your perception of who the group actually is, right? You can have a convention and have sort of all your homegrown talent talk, or you can get in key modelers from other places, or you can do it where everybody's from somewhere on the outside looking in. There's kind of no rules there. But you see more and more of this too, right? You see even local division clinics where they're zooming in somebody from another region, from another country, from another, so it's really, really changing kind of what it means to be in the club here today, I think.
Absolutely.
I know it feels weird because since my first clinic, I think it was doing interiors, building interiors. I've done 2 clinics at 2 different divisions, which I would never have thought of doing. And it was great. Met new people, and it's fun.
That's the idea.
Yeah,
absolutely. All right. Well, I think those are pretty much the questions that we had in the chat. People, you know how to get hold of us if you want to get involved in the team. If you think you've got something to offer, if you want to do a clinic, you know how to get in touch with us. If you are a region or a division and you want some help or advice, then get in touch and we'll see what we can do. And I think that's pretty much it. Wrapping up a year of NMRAx. A few good highlights coming forward in the future. We'll continue to do these 8 hours of clinics on the 4th Saturday of the month going forward, as long as the viewership maintains itself. I think if the world comes out of lockdown a little bit over summer, the viewer numbers may fall, but so far it's stayed pretty strong. And we've got the Australian Region Convention, which will be live streamed. Brad, Martin, what's the dates?
11th to 14th
14th
Of
June.
of June. All right, so that's a month in advance of the Rails by the Bay online convention. As I said, it's not an NMR. That's not an NMRAx event. Don't confuse it. That's being done by the Rails by the Bay team. We've offered our support. The arm is still outstretched to help them, and I hope there's some lessons learned there from their work this weekend on the PCR regional convention. So I think that's it. I think that's a wrap.
Yep, I think so.
Cool. We'll be back at the end of May. Thanks
See you.
everybody for watching.
See you
What a
next
year.
month.